will significantly affect our customers, the environment, and our nation's highways. That would be a high price to pay, even for a rule with rail safety benefits. But as FRA admits in its own regulatory impact analysis, the purported safety benefits of the proposed rule are so speculative, they cannot even be quantified. We strongly encourage FRA to reconsider its position and to withdraw this proposed rule. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to speak.
Thank you, Tom. Questions? Before we go to the next speaker, I would like to remind those on the Zoom link that it is really not appropriate to be putting in comments based on what individuals are speaking. We would appreciate if you do want to make comments, please put in the chat that you would like to be put on the list for speaking later on today. So, I think we're moving on to our next organization, Union Pacific Railroad. I believe there's some folks here in the room, and
Mic
I'm on
on.
here, fellas. I'm just having my mic muted so y'all can hear everything. But I'm on here.
Mic off.
And just remind you to please state your name and spell it for the court reporter. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Union Pacific wishes to thank the FRA and this panel for your interest in Union Pacific's thoughts relative to this NPRM. My name is Rod Doerr, D-O-E-R-R. I'm currently the Vice President of Crew Management Services and Interline Operations at Union Pacific Railroad. Prior to this position, I was Vice President of Labor Relations and Vice President of Safety and the Chief Safety Officer for the railroad. Prior to these enterprise positions, I was the General Superintendent in the Los Angeles Service Unit, serving Southern California, including the ports of LA and Long Beach, with the responsibilities for train movement, customer service, track and rolling stock maintenance. And prior to that California experience, I was superintendent up in the Twin Cities, serving most of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. In these roles, I have been a zealous advocate for employee safety. During my time as Chief Safety Officer for the company, I could not be more proud of the safety department and the greater Union Pacific team, as together we accomplished record-setting safety performance regarding personal injuries and derailment rates, not only for the company, but for the entire industry. I could not be more proud of the team. I simply will not compromise on safety. UP has always been and continues to be a driver of innovation in this industry. Our industry is fast approaching a technological crossroads. With FRA's proposed two-person crew mandate, the agency is threatening to take us down the path of obsolescence. Robots run factory floors. Self-driving cars are already on our roads and highways. Amazon is planning autonomous aerial drone deliveries. Self-steering cargo ships have crossed our oceans. Commercial trucking companies, with the apparent support of the U.S. Department of Transportation, look to eliminate their current single-person driver operations. Further, I know full well, as a pilot, hundreds, if not thousands, of single pilot flights occur in this nation daily. Every conceivable mode of transportation in our supply chain is making the leap to automation. Yet despite the rail industry being a safer and more environmentally friendly mode of transportation, as we've heard throughout the morning's presentations, the FRA seeks to push the rail industry backwards, saddling us with an unnecessary, unjustifiable, and obsolete two-person crew on all freight trains with very few exceptions. The leaders of today recognize the trains of tomorrow will be automated. This is already the reality for many railroad operations around the world, and freight is no exception. This is evident in Australia, where Rio Tinto has been running autonomously freight trains for 4 years. I've ridden those trains. They are very effective, very safe. You can set your watch to them. They run on time. In the United States, some small freight railroads and many passenger and commuter train operations run daily with one person in the locomotive cab, maintaining safety records on par with two-person crew operations. And in Europe, one-person crews have operated safely for decades. We cannot afford to be left behind with a backwards regulation that stifles growth, innovation, and safety. Union Pacific intends to play a leading role in bringing Class I freight rail operations into the next chapter of railroading. To better serve our customers and our employees and the public we serve, Union Pacific is ready to launch pilot programs for safe and efficient redeployment of conductors into ground-based expediters. This project is being taken in consultation via negotiations with our workforce through the collective bargaining process. FRA mandated positive train control has fundamentally changed the function of the conductor over the last few years. With widespread implementation of this technology, over-the-road tasks are substantially reduced. Today, the conductor's primary role consists of preparing a train for departure and occasionally addressing minor mechanical issues that occur en route. This job will be much better served by a truck-based approach, responding to planned or unplanned events dispatched from a central location around the railroad network. Union Pacific envisions a role where the expediter receives a call for service from an en route train, drives to that train in a truck, performs the requested service, and then drives back to the prescribed base of operations. Our data suggests in most cases, this will take less time than having the onboard conductor attempt the same tasks. FRA highlights in its proposed rule safety items of greatest concern. They include securement, blocked crossings, and rapid emergency response. These are the very tasks that the new expediter role is designed to accomplish more timely. Our pilot program as envisioned. The pilots will be implemented in a carefully controlled phases with increasing complexity across different parts of Union Pacific's PTC-equipped network. The purpose is for Union Pacific to learn and improve our envisaged design dependent upon the various types of territories that represent the majority of the miles on the railroad. During the pilot phases, the conductor will remain on the train and continue to perform their current role, documenting dates, times, and duration of their service activities. The expediters, now deployed to a truck, will do the same. To be clear, we will leave the conductor aboard the train and add the expediter so that we can compare and contrast operations based on those modes of operating. Phase 1 will be on our South Morrill subdivision in western Nebraska, which has double mainline track with a state highway running alongside. This is a territory where it is easy for the expediter to drive up to the train and render aid, thus making it prime territory on which to begin the pilot program, putting the expediter up against the traditional conductor. Phase 2 will be on our Greeley sub in northern Colorado. This subdivision comprises a single track railroad with sidings. Here we will introduce a local train, those trains that serve customers, unit trains, intermodal trains, and is bi-directional. The sub has a prime midpoint and is an intermediate work event location suitable for this pilot. Phase 3 will take us to the Pacific Northwest, across our Portland, LeGrand, Huntington, and Nampa subdivisions. Running the pilot in this territory with its grade, limited road access, and weather considerations will increase the complexity of this pilot greatly. The Expediter may require very different equipment to access these locations. Phase 4 includes parts of our Harrington and Topeka, Kansas operation, and includes a switching terminal with fueling, work events, unit trains, locals, and considerable intermodal and manifest traffic. These 4 phases cover parts of the Union Pacific network that represent most of the miles on our northern region. The pilots will provide a controlled, safe, appropriately staffed learning environment and addresses various challenges as they come up to see if the program works as we envision. Union Pacific has 3 primary objectives relative to this rollout. First, efficiency. Second, safety. And third, quality of life experience for our employees. Let me take them sequentially. First, efficiency. We are not taking a one-size-fits-all approach. If the pilots are deemed a success, the Expediters, once fully implemented, will only be employed on railroad territories that have PTC or PTC equivalent technologies. Approximately 90% of Union Pacific's train miles are covered by this technology. The remaining portion of Union Pacific network will continue to employ 2-person crew operations. For each piloted subdivision, we will determine if the ground-based Expediter can safely outpace the traditional conductor role. When an issue with a freight train develops in train, the train must obviously stop. Think of an air hose separation or a broken knuckle or a hot wheel indication from one of our wayside detection points. The conductor then climbs down out of the cab of the locomotive and makes a long back along the right-of-way to the problem freight car. This necessitates walking long distances in uneven or graded terrain and can be risky, especially in winter.
This guy's
The
an
length
idiot.
of time that the
no
conductor
idea what
takes
he's
to
talking
walk to
about.
the problem site will be weighed against the Expediter's response time to drive right up to the problem from strategically located bases. Once the Expediter has resolved the issue, the train can immediately depart. The conductor, on the other hand, must walk all the way back to the head-end locomotive and reboard the train before it can move. A time and motion study of previous events on the railroad requiring the assistance of the traditional conductor shows that we can resolve the issue more quickly with the ground-based Expediter approach. The pilots are meant to test this hypothesis in the real world. Moving to our second objective, safety. The work environment for the Expediter will be safer than it is in the traditional conductor. No longer will the employee have to climb out of the locomotive cab and walk long distances abeam the train on uneven territory, potentially at night, across bridges and through ditch lines where service is required. The Expediter will also have access to better tools and equipment than is available in the nose of the locomotive, allowing more challenging tasks to be safely performed. No longer is the employee limited to time-consuming maneuvers to get necessary tools and equipment from the cab down the length of the train to rectify the situation. Instead, a redeployed conductor can often drive right up to the work site with their truck. The Expediter will be less likely to suffer the effects of fatigue as well. Instead of riding long miles on a train, the Expediter will be able to set out fresh from a home terminal every day.
Now,
When the
Tom, this
shift
is
ends,
just
the Expediter merely turns
this is the
over
carrier
keys to the
stating to the
truck
FRA
to
why
the
they
next
shouldn't
shift
mandate a 2-man
Expediter
crew. So this is just
and
their
goes home.
arguments. Nothing's been said in
Moreover,
stone yet.
the Expediter will have the communication tools in the truck that can be possibly carried by the traditional conductor. This includes a truck-mounted radio, our new Zebra device, which is a handheld device with a touch screen that allows the Expediter to dial up a mainline radio tower, a company cell phone, and a computer mounted inside the truck. Each tool will provide several ways to communicate with the engineer, the dispatcher, corridor manager, emergency response across the network. Our third objective, that is quality of life. Shifting the traditional conductor role to a ground-based expediter will not only be safer and more efficient, but will also offer a better quality of life for a large portion of our operating craft employees. This is a cause that labor has been championing for years. The expediter role is the foundation for true scheduled work in this industry. This is a key point. Gone are the days where employees wait on call for trains that must arrive near their terminal. Rather, trains will be assisted by employees working a schedule, and those employees will have the ability to go to the train. Today's generation of workers have expectations about work-life balance that are challenging employers in new ways. Union Pacific and other railroads have struggled to recruit employees for train crew positions in large part because of quality of life challenges inherent in the current work environment. That was driven home in this last round of labor negotiations. Our goal is to improve the quality of life for a large portion of our workforce. Scheduled work will enable employees to have more control over mealtime, rest, vacation, and even sick leave. But more important, there is no more time away from home. Factors contributing to fatigue, a known hazard, will be substantially reduced in the furtherance of FRA's fatigue risk management regulation. By taking the outmoded conductor road off the train and transforming it into a ground-based expediter, the employee will enjoy regular shifts and be home routinely to protect and quality family time. They will no longer be living out of a hotel or grip and can rely on planned rest. Our expediter plan will do all of this while providing job protection. It's clear to me during these labor negotiations, labor protection is a key ingredient. The expediter does not encroach on other craft scope of work. Union Pacific plans on honoring all current craft scope agreements and will continue to work with all labor partners through the collective bargaining process as this role evolves. Our concept is that no one will be furloughed as a result of these changes, and current wage and salaries will be protected. Labor recognizes the opportunity here, and that is why they are currently engaged in us with active negotiations.
I'm
At this
just
point,
going to interrupt for a second, and you may have addressed this, I apologize, but I just want to get a clarification. So in UP's design, the expediter role, would that person be a train crew member, like in the railroad's position, or would that the person be considered something else?
no, this person would be considered
Battery
an
critical.
operating craft employee and would be part of the train crew. They would drive up to assist the train. Depending on the situation, of course, they would attach themselves
Charging
to that
battery.
train and work
Battery
collaboratively
critical.
with the engineer that's aboard.
Charging battery.
And just to clarify again, so, and then in the expediter role, would an expediter be assigned to more than one train in a tour of duty?
Our envisaged approach is the expediter will own a territory or be assigned a territory. As trains come and go, they would assist those trains. We fully expect some of these territory with train density will require more expediters on duty than just a single expediter. Hope that answers the question.
Mic on.
It does, thank you.
Mic off.
At this point, we'd like to, we have produced a video, short video, it's about 7 minutes long, that illustrates the expediter concept, and perhaps we'll answer further questions. Could we roll that tape, please?
I think the IT people are working on it. They're There we go. Thank you.
It's a crisp and windy 34 degrees in Morrill, Nebraska on November 6th, 2022. At 1900 hours, Sam, freight train conductor, waits for a crew van to pick him up from another hotel stay to take him to a loaded coal train headed to North Platte. Sam's train leverages positive train control, or PTC, to complete in-cab duties. So, outside of addressing unplanned events en route to destination, the majority of Sam's conductor work happens inside terminals, at the start and end of a freight train's journey across the network. Before departure, Sam reviews
Mic
the
on.
traffic condition bulletins,
I know one
as
thing.
well
I'm
as
recording this
speed
entire
restrictions, timetable requirements,
meeting,
and reviews his
and this
trains.
joker definitely
Once
just said
on board,
nobody will
the
be
locomotive
furloughed,
engineer is
nobody will be
engaged
laid
with
off,
the
and
controls
quality of
of
life issues. So you
radio,
best believe I'm
technology,
gonna
and other
blast the
tasks.
hell out of
Sam
UP with a
often
video
sits
soon about
idle
that.
in the
That's
locomotive
crazy.
for long
That's
periods
why I
of
said
time,
false promises. I
observing a
promise you.
non-interactive PTC display,
Mic
checking
off.
signal and speed compliance, and monitoring and observing all trains for any visible defects, a rare occurrence. Here's an actual example of an event addressed by a conductor on November 6th, 2022 at 2227 hours at milepost 143.5 on UP's South Morrill subdivision, just east of Gering, Nebraska. An eastbound loaded coal train lost its air. The conductor, Sam, is 3 hours and 27 minutes into his trip. As the train comes to a stop, blocking County Road 24, he must find and fix the defect before the train can start moving again. Finding the defect requires Sam to walk the length of the train. In this case, it takes 45 minutes to locate the broken knuckle, or 69 cars and 915 feet in the head end. Now starts the real thing, replacing each bus. First, Sam must secure the rear portion of the train. The replacement spare knuckle is on the lead locomotive, requiring Sam to radio the engineer, requesting it be dropped off. Before the locomotive engineer pulls the train and Sam ahead to the location of the knuckle repair so he can make the fix. When the repair is complete, Sam rides a shoving move back to the separated cars and recouples the train and air hose. When finished, Sam spends another 45 minutes walking the 69 cars, or 3,914 feet, back to the head end, get underway, and finish the trip to North Platte. Time and motion task duration studies identified that Sam needs a total of 3 hours and 14 minutes to get the train moving again. That's 3
Mic
hours
on.
and 14 minutes added to the customer's transit time. 3 hours and 14
I did not mean
minutes
to click on that.
blocking a
I'm not
public
wanting to look at
crossing
Sam's
on
Slack.
County Road 24.
There we go.
And 3
Sorry.
hours and 14 minutes added to the employee's time away from home. Now, let's take a look at Union Pacific's plan to redeploy Sam, the conductor, to the ground.
Let's see how perfect they set
Leveraging
this up in a
positive train
real
control,
world
or
scenario.
PTC, Sam's former by technology, the locomotive engineer, and wayside detection equipment protecting the train. The new ground-based Expeditor role provides 24/7 response to these types of events, but also provides regular schedules for employees. These employees will drive a truck fitted with tools and equipment needed to address a variety of scenarios.
Oh, look, he's got a
As a
truck.
ground-based expediter, Sam has a predictable schedule with consistent days off and returns home daily, something a traditional freight conductor role does not have today. Let's see how Sam addresses the same unplanned November 6th, 2022 event on UP's South Morrill subdivision. This time as a ground-based.
Imagine being the guy that has to
Sam
be the
started
actor
his
for this
day at
video.
home. He drove to the terminal for a shift that started at 1500 hours. Sam is busy with a variety of planned activities. When 6 hours and 27 minutes into his shift, he's notified of an unplanned event at milepost 143.5.
Let me guess, 143.5 has a road.
Ready to respond with the necessary technology, parts, and tools. Sam arrives at the separation after.
Yep, look at that fancy road that runs right next to the main line.
Centralized location, identifies the broken knuckle, and secures the rear portion of the train. By shifting from a traditional conductor to an expediter, the 45-minute walk to and from the locomotive is avoided, and the spare part is quickly and easily accessible from the vehicle. No need for time-consuming, complex maneuvering on a main line or siding to deliver the spare part for replacement. He grabs the necessary parts from his truck and completes the repair in 2 hours and 4 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes less than it took him in the traditional conductor role.
Yeah, okay.
Once Sam resolves the issue, the train can immediately depart. Sam no longer needs to walk all the way back to the head end locomotive and reboard.
Yeah,
before the
Josh, I'll
train can move
post it.
again. The new speed and efficiency is a win for Union Pacific and its customers, reducing 1 hour and 10 minutes of time spent resolving an unplanned event's impact to transit time. The 1 hour and 10 minutes is also reduced from a locomotive engineer's trip, making their schedules more consistent. Just as important, it's a win for the Gering community, reducing 1 hour and 10 minutes of time spent blocking the public road crossing at County Roads 1-4. Most importantly, the win Union Pacific hopes to achieve is to improve.
So I'll leave the
quality of
comments
life
up so we can
for a
read them.
large population
This
of its
Haskin
workforce.
guy said, what, 69
By
car trains,
replacing
3,900
the
feet?
experienced
These people really say
unwillingness
some
with
crazy
a regular
things.
shift, a regular schedule, and the ability
And the people in
for
the FRA,
contributors
so the
to
panel
work
up
in
here in the
their own
bottom of
way
the screen,
on
they
each
can see
schedule.
what's in the chat. I
Ground-based
said something and then a
expediters will
lady,
have the
before I
benefits
started
of more
streaming, the lady
control
said, don't
over
say
meal
anything in
times,
chat. So I'm
rest,
just not saying anything.
vacation, and sick leave. But most important, there is no more away from home. By taking the outmoded conductor role off the train and transforming it into a ground-based expediter, Sam and others
Yeah,
can
chat, you're
enjoy
right.
regular shifts and be home routinely.
Yeah, I'm
Take
tempted.
quality
That says
time
chat
with time.
disabled, so I can't say
No
anything.
longer live out of a hotel
They finally
with a
disabled the chat.
suitcase and can rely on planned rest.
Thank you, whomever rolled the tape. To quickly finish up here, Union Pacific recognizes and applauds Union Pacific's,
Oh, they had the
FRA's
chat up there on the
role
screen too.
in
Oh, that's
this
hilarious.
endeavor. We appreciate the FRA has a role to play.
Wow.
While there has been no evidence of safety concerns from one-person crews in other countries and with short line and passenger services here in the United States, as we've heard throughout the morning, we understand the FRA wants to ensure these new programs are developed safely. So does Union Pacific. That is why we are taking
I should
approach
put my logo
consistent with
on my
FRA's risk
thing.
reduction regulation,
Think I get their
coordinating with
attention?
labor and testing the proposal through phased pilots that ensures we can make modifications to the plan before any actual changes to crew size occurs. Union Pacific and the FRA have always worked collaboratively to develop new technologies or new operating protocols, and we make the same offer here today. The hallmark of collaborative process is information sharing. Union Pacific keeps the FRA advised of its plans, provides regular safety updates, and listens to any concerns or suggestions the FRA offers as we contemplate the new expediter role. The FRA in turn inspects the data and monitors the operation to assure itself that the
I don't know if I can or
deployment
not.
is
Let me
being
see.
done safely.
I'm
This
curious.
approach serves
I
the
just want them to
FRA's
know
need
that
to
I'm in here.
monitor and, where necessary, step in to protect the public interest, along with the carrier's need for flexibility and hands-off
I don't know how to work
regulatory
Zoom.
reports when
There's 176
approach when
people in here though.
developing new technology. This approach has served this rail industry and the American people for decades and has made our freight railroads the envy of the world. We strongly urge the FRA not to abandon this approach in favor of a heavy-handed, premature regulation that would make UP's pilot difficult,
Same
if
bundle
not
bubble Brandon
impossible to
losing.
carry out. The pilot program is built around the features of specific subdivisions and current
I think the expediter is
regulations.
just gonna be a conductor.
Those features
Pretty
will
much, that's it.
dictate whether the
It wouldn't
program is
surprise me to
workable
see,
on a given subdivision.
you know, that
The
would probably
pilot
be
is
their
not
next
guided by
long-term
train
goal, right?
consists
Would to
because the
turn
workability of
expediters
the
into
program
carmans
does
also.
not depend on the types of cars in the train. A train is a train is a train. If the railroad insists on, if the FRA, insists on excluding hazmat carrying trains from any single person crew operation, the expediter program will be over before it begins.
Oh, wow.
The
He's trying to get
efficiency
rid
of
of
the
key
model
train, conductor on
depends
key
the
trains.
Expediter being
Oh,
able
what
to
a stupid
service
argument.
all trains
He lost that
passing
argument
through a
now.
particular area, and it simply will not make sense to maintain both conductors and expediters on all territories. Similar to what has been recently achieved with automated track inspection, we are asking the FRA to give us the opportunity to demonstrate the improvements that will be brought by the new expediter role. If given the opportunity, we know we can create a record that proves the expediter concept is safer and a better design than current operations. We believe the safety will be enhanced, customer service will be improved,
Oh, give me a break.
employees will obtain a better quality of life, and our communities will be better served.
Yeah, the communities will
That
be at risk,
concludes
you
our
idiot.
Prepared comments. May we address any questions?
Yeah, open up the chat. Open up the chat. I got something to say. Open the chat.
I don't think we have any questions. We appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
I got chat. I got questions. That woman just pretty much said you're an idiot. That's all she said. I see
So at this
4
point in
clowns.
time, we will be taking a 1-hour break for lunch. And we will reconvene at 1 o'clock, 1:02, which is 1 hour from now. So I thank you for your attendance and we look forward to seeing you in 1 hour's time. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, interesting. Type in there and they disabled the chat.
Huh?
Yeah, they disabled it. I don't want nobody talking. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait an hour. Hey, they can get tires. Yeah, almost there on it. I'm not sure what we're at this morning. I haven't looked. Let's see. Do, 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 do. 9,279. I don't know why my webcam's not popping up. I turned it on, but it's... Mm-mm-mm-mm. What in the world is going on my screen? Yep, it's not gonna work. That's alright. I'm just gonna leave this up and running. I have to go to work, so do I ever bring people in my life? No, not typically. Normally if I'd like to join people, I normally go on John's channel, Rails, Tales, and Trails. There's Mr. Ferguson. There's UP Clown. There's one of them. There's other UP Clown. There's other UP Clown. All 4 of them. I hate to be like that, but that's just... You can't sit there and tell me that if you keep conductors on key trains and you take them off and we have expediters for non-key trains and just whatever, bulk commodity trains, whatever. We can't do it at all. So now they're just going for everything. I'm sorry, but I just don't think the FRA is going to buy that. You can't be running a key train with loaded dangerous cars. And if a derailment happens, you have no one there to go inspect that train to see who to call and who to evacuate, how many people to evacuate, how many miles to evacuate. I just don't think the government's going to allow that. I hope I'm right. He looks happy this morning. So this is technically public hearing. Oh, I just saw MO, let's see, there's a link. Where is that link? I say this is the public. Anyone can join this. Let's see. I wish I could be there in person. That would be really cool. Yeah, here's the link, and then you have to scroll down, and you'll see meeting Zoom link. And then you have to click on that. It's like a us.zoomgov.com link. Or maybe if I can just post that one. Let's see. Maybe this will work. Dude walked away with a shit-eating grin. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to be there in person. I would literally wear the same thing I wear on the stream. So just like a fishing shirt and some shorts and a hat. Railroad Talk shirt or something like that. And just sit there in the front row and just listening. Like, who is this redneck? Get him out of here. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't go on an airplane at all. That's for sure. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, flying a wall would be better. I wish there was a way I could figure out how to update my Zoom profile picture. I don't know if I can do that. How to update Zoom profile picture during meeting. Let's see if he'll let me do it. Unmute, choose virtual background, choose video filter. Oh man, how do I do this? Oh. It says click the pencil icon. There is no pencil icon. Wow, what's going on? Oh, I see they, oh, never mind. That's direct. I can directly message. Wow. A lot of folks up in here. Someone needs to learn to mute their mic. I know that. Any truth? I haven't heard anything, Robert. I saw what John posted that he had been gone, but I haven't heard anything myself. I don't know any union guys in the BLE anymore, so I don't have any connections there. I'm trying to rejoin. Yeah, I'm about to rejoin on my account now, so I'll have the logo up there in the background if I happen to see it. Let's see, where's the chat go? Oh, I hasn't changed it yet. It does have the name up there, but my profile picture hasn't changed yet. Meeting so far, it's just the carriers stating their arguments why the FRA should not mandate a two-man crew. That's pretty comical, to say the least. I'm recording all of it, so I'll have more videos on it. Especially there's more on UP talking about conductors gonna have a truck and can just drive up to the problem. Yeah, right. Okay. That explains why I've had to walk and get on a van. Oh, pretty good ways, actually. Yeah, Gregor, the day that happens, I bet it's the day of two-man crew. Unfortunately, that's what I've kind of said the whole time. Their FRA may allow it, right? So they may allow that conductors are not on key trains. But the day a key train derails and thousands of people die, innocent civilians die, will be the day a two-man crew is mandated. Unfortunately, that's what it's going to take, I believe. And for the companies, you got to think that whichever company has it happen to, whether it be NS, UP, if it kills 100 people, hopefully the lawyers bankrupt that company. Of course, that you're talking billions of dollars, but I don't know. It's just like Ferguson said, they're willing to gamble with the innocent lives of people who live around the tracks to further put money in their pockets. That's all it boils down to.
Mic off.
We'll get started in just 2 minutes. Thank you. Kenton, are we good online? Awesome. All right, so hopefully you all had a nice break. Thank you all for rejoining. We will be moving on with the agenda. And our presenters at this moment are the Association of American Railroads. And just remind you to please introduce yourself, your position, and spell your name if you can. Thank you.
If I can. Well, I probably could, Carolyn, but I would point out I gave the court reporter my business card. So for those of you who don't know me, Michael Rush with the Association of American Railroads. I'm Senior Vice President, Safety and Operations. And for the court reporter's benefit, Michael is spelled as you would think, and Rush is spelled as you would think. Thank you to the panel for giving us the opportunity to speak today. With me is Dwayne Swindoll, who will testify with respect to the operations of the Indiana Railroad, which we've heard mentioned before. This hearing takes place almost 10 years after RSAC first adopted the task statement on crew size. There's a couple of us still around from those days. Alan's one of them. I'm one of them. And so we've had ample time to develop the record with respect to two-person versus one-person crew operations. And with almost 10 years worth of evidence, the record is clear that there is no evidence that two-person crews are safer than one-person crews. There's actual ample data on the safety of operating a train with one person in the locomotive cab. Dwayne will talk about the experience for many years on the Indiana Railroad. We have ample experience with passenger trains throughout the US. You heard this morning from the short line railroads. We have extensive data based on freight and passenger operations in Europe. FRA's statement about the lack of evidence of the safety of one-person crews is just at odds with the record. There's no explanation in the NPRM of why FRA has now found a reason to proceed with the rulemaking proceeding when just a short few years ago it concluded there was insufficient evidence to support a rule. FRA points to a couple of accidents that occurred almost 10 years ago, but those accidents do not bear on what the conductor is assigned to do in the locomotive cab. FRA's speculation about teamwork, cognitive demands placed on engineers is nothing more than that. Indeed, back when the original PTC rulemaking occurred, former NTSB member John Lauber stated with respect to the cognitive demands placed on an engineer that PTC, which didn't exist back then, but was on a trial basis, facilitates the performance of an engineer's duties. Other technology certainly makes it easier for an engineer to perform his duties. For example, locomotive energy management systems calculate the optimal speeds and automatically, I should say, move the throttle. So the concern about an engineer overload is just not supported by the rulemaking record. PTC, we've had a lot of discussions about PTC, which of course is critical to the concept of operating a train with one person in the cab. PTC can eliminate the operational need for a conductor to perform onboard functions such as observing wayside signals, recording dispatching orders. PTC monitors train location, speed, direction in real time, and if necessary, stops a train automatically if the engineer fails to take appropriate actions. That's what a conductor is operationally assigned to do in the locomotive cab. We certainly are not saying that a conductor is unnecessary. Indeed, you heard both Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern this morning, as well as the short lines, talk about duties that a conductor performs outside the locomotive cab. But with respect to a locomotive cab, we are now at the point where it's clearly feasible to operate a train with one person in the cab safely. Turning to the specifics of the proposed rule, FRA has set forth a special approval process, which is illusory. Its risk assessment criteria are unrealistic and would simply ensure that new one-person operations could not take place. It's designed to ensure that there will be no special approval for new one-person crew operations. Let's focus on a couple of examples. If you look at the risk assessment methodology in the notice of proposed rulemaking, any fatality, including a trespasser fatality, is classified as catastrophic. That means that the only way a railroad could obtain approval for a new one-person crew operation would be to show that a trespasser fatality would occur not more than once every 1 billion operating hours. That's once every 1 billion operating hours. Saying that it's a difficult standard to meet would be an understatement. The Class 1 railroad with the highest number of operating hours based on 2020 data is BNSF, which reported 7,450,117 operating hours in 2020. Assuming BNSF maintains that same number of operating hours each year, that would mean that unless BNSF can establish that it is unlikely to have a single trespasser fatality at any point in the next 134 years, that means until the year 2156, BNSF would not be granted special approval. At the other end, CP is the Class 1 railroad with the lowest number of operating hours in 2020. To avoid a single incident to satisfy the risk assessment criteria, CP would have to show it would not have a single trespasser incident for the next 2,809 years until the year 4,831. Now that's talking about a catastrophic risk. Let's go look at the other end of the spectrum. Let's look at negligible risks. If a negligible risk under the risk assessment methodology set forth in the NPRM occurs frequently, it also triggers an automatic denial of a special approval request. A block crossing is an example of a negligible risk. If a block crossing is likely to occur frequently, in other words, more than once every 1,000 operating hours or once every 141 days, a railroad would not receive special approval. The risk analysis that FRA has set forth as a requirement for special approval in the notice of proposed rulemaking would prevent railroads from making reasoned safety decisions about what operations can be safely transitioned from two persons in the locomotive cab to one person in the cab. It simply would prohibit that from taking place. Imagine applying this risk assessment methodology to current operations. The risks identified do not increase or decrease based on the number of the people in the cab. They exist regardless. And FRA's test would have the potential result of disqualifying existing operations with two persons were we to apply this methodology to existing operations. The risk analysis requirement set forth in those proposed rulemaking is simply arbitrary and indefensible. It's also inconsistent with the risk reduction program mandated by Congress and recently implemented by FRA. The risk assessment program, which is only a couple of years in place, or the FRA actually issued the risk assessment final rule only a couple of years ago. Under that rule, railroads systematically identify and mitigate risks on their systems. That includes analyzing and assessing employee levels and schedules as mandated by Congress. Why is it that that's good enough for two-person operations, but not one-person operations? The FRA's cost-benefit analysis is also flawed, and I don't want to spend too much time on it because the cost-benefit analysis is predicated on a realistic rule, and given the way in which the rule has been proposed, it makes cost-benefit analysis irrelevant because there's no way you can get a special approval. But issues that certainly come to mind, or a couple of major issues from the cost-benefit analysis, include the failure to assess the costs of being able to operate with a one-person crew. And FRA repeated this mistake from the 2016 notice of proposed rulemaking. In both cases, FRA simply pretends that if a railroad can't operate with one-person crews, it's of no cost to the railroads. You heard Union Pacific this morning talk about how the ability to compete is important, and how being able to operate efficiently and safely is important for them to maintain their place in the transportation system. Not being able to do that would be a significant cost to Union Pacific and all the other railroads. I must also say the cost to repair a petition, which FRA estimated at 168 hours, let's just assume that there was a risk assessment matrix that you could actually do. To assume that it's going to only take 168 hours to undertake that calculation and submit a special approval petition is just way unreal. It's just completely unrealistic. If there were a different measure, it clearly would take more than 10 times that number of hours to undertake the analysis and prepare a petition. So with that, I'll bring my statement to a close. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or we can just move on to Indiana Railroad and take any questions after that is the choice of the panel.
Why don't you continue on and we'll do questions at
Okay.
the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Dwayne Swindle. That's Dewayne Swindall. I am the president and CEO of the Indiana Railroad, located in Indianapolis, Indiana. We also operate in Illinois as well. A little bit of background. We are one of the few regional railroads that are a full service carrier of intermodal in our supply chain. We do have a modern full service intermodal terminal in Indianapolis. We also haul bulk coal, grain, aggregates, military equipment for the Navy, and we also have numerous manifest services of energy and consumable goods that we haul. A little bit of background. I started serving in this industry as a conductor and an engineer, a yard supervisor, and in 2002 went into a management role and have been serving in that capacity for several companies ever since then. And so today, we'll describe a little bit of the background and then our current operations that we do. One thing of note, we've talked a little bit about a conductor in a truck or a utility person in a truck. We actually do two methods of single person crews. Number one is we run terminal to terminal with a single person crew. And we also can split our crews, meaning that we would have one in a mobile vehicle that could shadow in some of the concepts that you've heard earlier from them today. Just a little bit of background history. Single person operation started in 1997. We are a 250-mile regional railroad that we operate and maintain in Indiana and Illinois. This line was purchased in 1986 as a former Illinois Central line that at the time ran 2 trains a day with a 5-person crew per train. Due to investments and implementation of operating practices, they were able to offer lower rates, lower their operating cost, and capture market that originally started out at 14,000 carloads and now exceeds near 150,000 carloads. Initially, the company was 16 employees. Now we have over 130. The implementation of this crew, of single-person crew that started in 97, it required a lot of research, innovation, and modern-day technology. At the current time, the INRD worked closely with the FRA Chicago Region Office to develop a safe one-person practice and rule comprehension program. There is a section in our special instructions that was developed with the assistance from the FRA applicable to one-person crews that is periodically reviewed by the FRA. In addition to consulting with the FRA, the NIRD also studied operations in New Zealand's Transrail, which implemented one-person crew operations in 1987. They observed their operating practices, train handling, interviewed employees, and also discussed fatigue and work-life balance. They also obtained the study performed that include the health and safety of the individuals and that the public were not compromised by initiating one-person crews. They also studied from a document in Canada from the Transportation Development Center, the TDC in Canada. They also studied one-person crews in 8 other countries. Finally, the INRD, before implementation, took suggestions and recommendations from its own employees and management before operations were began. So a little bit of scope here that we do for our one-person operations. We average about 31 single-person train starts a week. Just call it a little bit north of 4 train starts a day that we run single-person operations. Our current routes, we maintain our track, our main line, to FRA Class 3 standards, which allows us to operate at speeds of 40 to 49 miles an hour. We currently operate at 40. Our average train speed in 2022 is 37 miles an hour. Our average distance that we operate a one-person crew is about 70 miles with an on-duty time of about 8.3 hours average per single-person crew. We run 7 days a week, and our average train size is about 68 cars, or just call it equivalent to 4,000 feet on average. It can exceed 6,000 feet depending on volume. And our merchandise trains do contain hazmat, but we do not run crude oil and PIH. Currently, our transportation employees go through a rigorous year-long training program that involves classroom and field training. They are certified as both conductors and then engineers, so we refer to them as train operators. They're trained and tested on INRD special instructions, including those for one-person road operations developed in conjunction with the FRA. INRD train operators on a one-person crew are not distracted by managing consists, train makeup, because they handle trains that have already been made up at the initial terminal and our bulk trains at the end user or origin source. The train operator receives a consist of a complete train from customer service. In the event cars must be set out, they must notify and wait for assistance from another employee before performing these duties. Any FRA rules that apply to an engineer or conductor also apply to a one-person crew at the INRD. For instance, if a train operator may not operate in our special instructions, may not operate long hood forward in excess of 2 miles, and they must contact the dispatcher to have another employee assist in any moves that would exceed that, or in the event a crossing must be flagged. Additionally, a train operator is performing one-person operations must stop before copying any mandatory directive from the dispatcher. INRD rules require that before a train dispatcher may issue a mandatory directive to a one-person crew, the dispatcher must ask the one-person crew, "Are you stopped?" and receive verbal confirmation the movement has stopped before issuing that directive. INRD has implemented additional safety measures. Well, each INRD locomotive is equipped with in-cab alert that continuously monitors train vigilance, senses operator control inputs such as throttle, brakes, and horn, as you've heard before. We also engage with a fleet management system called Wytronics, which permits managers and/or our dispatchers to monitor the speed, condition, and location of each train when it is outside of our CTC territory and it's occupying and operating in dark territory. We are about a 50-50 operation of the 250 miles, 50% CTC, 50% dark territory. When operating a one-person crew, train operators are required to have a redundant form of communication. This is a form of a company-issued electronic device on top of their locomotive radio, and make sure both are working, and both must be tested prior to departure. We're in continuous contact with radio dispatchers, with the dispatchers. In the event of a train problem, the operator is instructed to contact the dispatcher per special instructions to call another employee for assistance. At any given time, we have one that's no more than an hour away from any employee on the railroad in the areas that we operate single-person crews. The NRD has never had an incident involving a one-person crew that was caused by crew fatigue. Prior to implementation, INRD considered ways in which to regulate train operator schedules. All of our employees work local jobs and have the ability to return home after every shift. When operationally possible, one-person crews are given assigned jobs with set schedules when they work the same time each day. 2/3 of our operators are assigned jobs. Train operators on the INRD Extra Board maintain 2 consecutive off days each week. Further, as INRD has upgraded its class of track speed, our operators are able to complete the job in less time, resulting in shorter shifts and less time on duty. For instance, jobs that require protection, INRD employs one-person crews when it makes sense operationally and creates efficiencies without compromising safety or violating current regulations. For an example, jobs that require protection for shoving or pushing movements in case of a one-person crew running a line of road, or they're required to activate a manual switch, they must contact the dispatcher for assistance. We also perform regular drug and alcohol testing and strictly enforce the prohibition of using unauthorized electronic devices in the cab. Random testing for rule compliance is also routinely performed by our managers. Safety is our #1 priority at the INRD. If there were indication of a one-person crew endangering the safety of INRD employees or the public, we'd not continue operations. However, there is no evidence that one-person operations are unsafe. In fact, the INRD has operated safely with a one-person crew for over 2 decades now at 25 years. INRD's own internal data clearly indicates one-person crews are, in fact, just as safe as 2-person crews. In fact, the INRD has only incurred 1 reportable human factor incident involving a one-person crew in 25 years of operations. Single-person crews have accounted for 18.3% of our total man hours from 06 to 22, yet have only accounted for 5.9% of our total human factors. And that would be 5 incidents involving a single-person crew since 06. On the other hand, a 2-person crew accounts for 81.7% of our total man hours, but in that same time frame has accounted for 94.1% of our human factor incidents. Additionally, the BLET has contractually agreed to our safe single-person crew since 2001 in the collective bargaining agreement. During those 25 years, the INRD has seen continual improvement in safety, allowing us to gain market share and be competitive in providing economically friendly service to our customers. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and we don't have any questions at this time. Thank you. The next organization on the agenda is the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Verna. I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity to share these comments with you. I'm the Vice President and National Legislative Representative with the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, Division of the Teamsters Rail Conference. I've served as National Legislative Representative since 2020. Prior to that, I served as Director of Regulatory Affairs from 2011 to 2020. And prior to that, I worked as a freight locomotive engineer for 18 years for Union Pacific Railroad. We appreciate the FRA holding this hearing and providing BLET the opportunity to testify. We'd like to talk a little bit about the history of what brings us here today and why we believe the NPRM is a good idea. And I'll address some exceptions the FRA has included in the NPRM and where they've asked for some comment. And then that should wrap me up. We want to focus on the safety of operations rather than market considerations or supply chain issues, but suffice it to say, we believe that reducing freight train crew size is bad for business too. To remind everyone why the impetus for the testimony here today, in fact, is the reason we're all here. We're here because 47 people lost their lives in the Lac-Mégantic, Canada accident on July 6, 2013. 47 of the train's cars derailed, causing multiple explosions and 2,000 people to evacuate. As a result of this disastrous accident, Transport Canada immediately banned single-person operations on trains carrying hazardous materials. Those 47 people should be alive today, but they are not, and the conditions that existed on that day of the accident left people in America asking, can that happen here? Is it true there's no regulation on crew size in America? And how can this be? The bad news is there's nothing in the law that prescribes a current minimum crew size in the US. The good news is that most trains do have a two-person crew due to practical considerations, primarily of the safety variety, but crew size is also driven by considerations for routine operations to get the job done efficiently, and for regulatory compliance as well, and existing collective bargaining agreements. The post-2013 Lac-Mégantic era regarding crew size regulatory action on the FRA is on its fourth FRA administrator. A single person in the cab of a locomotive who's at the controls of a locomotive, the locomotive engineer, is not a mobile member of the train crew. They're responsible for the physical manipulation of the controls of the locomotive and its appurtenances, computers, positive train control, fuel savings programs, and more. To leave the locomotive cab unattended, the engineer must disable the controls, set the train air brakes, and secure the locomotives and train handbrakes before leaving the cab. This is a time-consuming process, and many of the rules that require confirmation of proper securement, release of the air brakes, and to test the handbrakes require a person on the ground to see if a train moves. This is not readily apparent at the head end of the train. A person needs to see if the train moves anywhere on the train, including the rear. And today, the rear of that train can be 4 miles away from the head end due to the proliferation of long trains. FRA responded to Lac-Mégantic by holding an emergency rail safety advisory committee in 2013, and they concluded there were many regulations that required multiple train crew members to comply, such as train securement, air brake tests, and mandatory directives, to name a few. After years-long deliberation in RSAC meetings, railroad stakeholders could not reach consensus, in part because of the introduction of positive train control being made part of the RSAC task. There's significant disagreement in this group as to the role PTC should play in the crew size discussion. The people doing the work, who put their lives on the line, want PTC as a tool. However, although PTC offers safety enhancements on the job, train crews understand that PTC alone does not do the job of another crew member. It simply has not been required, designed, or implemented to do so. PTC was designed to comply with the PTC regulation to prevent train overspeed, prevent trains from colliding with other trains, and to prevent incursions into work zones. These are important safeguards, and train crews want them. However, PTC has not made a train crew's job easier. Rather, it has introduced new complexities and levels of attention capture not seen prior to the implementation of PTC. Frequently, a locomotive engineer now who is given some of these mandatory directives now has to go menu diving in a display screen to try and find what directive is being called on by the dispatcher, all while handling the PTC screen, looking out the front window, and as well as handling a fuel saver program and all the information there. So we're on the fourth administrator. We had Administrator Szabo start this off through Administrator Feinberg, Administrator Batory, and now Administrator Bose. To put it simply, Administrator Szabo started it. Former Administrator Feinberg wrote the proposed rule in 2016, and former Administrator Batory squashed the rule and tied it to a negative preemption theory, while the current Administrator Bose has now helped usher in the discussion anew with the NPRM we're discussing today. On September 12th, 2008, a single-person cab Metrolink train in Chatsworth, California collided with a Union Pacific train, killing 25 people and injuring 136. The NTSB ruled that the one-man crew Metrolink engineer was distracted. Distraction of a single person operating the cab was also present in Amtrak 188 train accident in 2013, when an Amtrak train went into a curve over speed, derailing, killing 8, injuring 200 people. A single person operation with overspeed incident was also occurred on Metro North on December 1st, 2013, killing 9 and injuring 61. It's hard to imagine that any of these events would have happened if there was another person in the cab who could have alerted the engineer that they were going too fast. So we need to really turn and look at some of the unplanned events that were discussed earlier. We should caution the public that PTC and fuel saving software they're really seen on a continuum as the railroads as like an overall sort of automation dream that they have. It's a place where railroad technology is only helpful and only sunny skies await over, ever increasing profits for eternity. When they think of railroad technology, they do not think of cutting edge. They think of cutting crew size and cutting corners to do it. People who work on trains do not see it that way. Locomotive engineers and conductors are realistic and down to earth and use common sense. Their lives and countless other lives depend on it. Technology in rail operations can be great and it can improve safety when it works. But when it fails, rail technology is like any other form of technology. It's useless. The rail technology graveyard is crowded with former gizmos that failed to live up to their promise. Rail technology should also be seen as distinct from other general forms of technology in people's lives, for the public to really understand what is taking place on the railroad. In freight operations, currently most of the technology that train crews encounter is aftermarket, meaning it's placed on the locomotive after its manufacture and not necessarily made to work with a particular piece of equipment as it exists when it is put into service. This means that a lot of rail technology is, quote, bolted on rather than integrated into the locomotive. This has led to a locomotive cab that is very crowded with technology and screens and new forms of software that has complicated the jobs of the operating crew. And now we're hearing, that the other crew member is distracting to the locomotive engineer. That's pretty rich, given all of the computer screens that are being put in the locomotive. And now we're getting introduced to new cell phone use in the cab by the carrier provided cell phones, iPads, everything. There isn't a screen that I think they've met that they don't love, but it's making our jobs tougher. Another point worth considering is that freight trains with less than 2 crew members are not an advancement in technology. but rather a failure to provide enough people to properly leverage current and future technology for safety. Simply cutting the size of a crew for more profits has nothing to do with technology and everything to do with avarice. There's nothing new about greed. Downsizing train crews while upsizing the length of trains is simply another distasteful feature of precision scheduled railroading. Unplanned events must be contemplated when looking at any exceptions to two-person crews, because most of the time, the unplanned event will necessitate a person who is not the locomotive engineer to assess the problem and help remedy the situation in a team effort with the locomotive engineer at the controls of the locomotive to move it. Unplanned events can include hours of service expiration requiring a recrew, crossing gate failures that require protection, locomotive failures that may require switching locomotives within a locomotive consist, undesired emergency application of the train brakes, hot wheel or hot box detector activations, dragging equipment activations, high wide load detector activations, and train separations or break in two where a knuckle brakes or a drawbar is pulled out of the car. Detector failures can also cause a need for inspection. This gets even more problematic when a railroad has sought and received inspection waivers, because if a detector malfunctions and the inspections have been waived, there is no way to determine the health of the air brake system on a train. Moving to trains in other countries and comparisons with the United States, we see, some people in the industry are holding up foreign operations as examples as to why single-person operations and sometimes zero-person operations are preferable. Anytime a comparison is made between the U.S. railroads and train operations in other countries, there's a myriad of factors to consider. Considerations of terrain, proximity to population centers, train length and weight, type of signal system in use, if any, movement authority, type of equipment, overall rail infrastructure, and how it is accessed or overlaps with non-railroad infrastructure such as public roads, bridges, real estate near tracks. We heard the example of the Rio Tinto today. I think the biggest risk of something happening there is some dead marsupials in the outback. But it's not that way in the United States. And it should be known that it's really not that apt of a comparison. There's a variety of factors listed that need to be compared, but it could also be due to very different workforces and employee cultures on the job. With regard to PTC, clarification is needed that requiring two-person crew at locations or routes where PTC is not installed is a good idea, but does not go far enough. Clarification is needed to ensure that if Railroad X has PTC, they should also be required to have a two-person crew. The public should be reminded that as many times as they can hear this fact, PTC was not designed to perform the tasks of a crew member. PTC installation or not, a second crew member is vital to safety. I'd like to turn to talk a little bit about railroad risk reduction systems. The NPRM would require railroads submitting a petition to operate with fewer than two crew members to consider and address the safety risks of such operations. In this rule, FRA also proposes to allow alternative risk assessments when submitting a petition to FRA. The BLET believes that allowing for an alternative risk assessment needs to be appropriately defined on exactly what the word alternative means as far as what the FRA finds acceptable and compliant with the regulation. We agree the railroads need to justify operating with less than two crew members, but the next step that allows for alternative risk assessment must not only provide an equivalent assessment, but also an equivalent level of safety. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about one of the things that was concluded in the risk assessment after the Lac-Méganic accident. There's spokesmen in the industry that says there is no data demonstrating that operating with two-person crews is safer than one. This is a bit of a self-serving argument. It's similar to that in the tobacco industry that maintained there were no dangers associated with smoking, or the NFL denying any data related to head injuries. The fact is that authorities in Canada have concluded that single-person train operations have the potential to degrade safety. Canada's Transportation Safety Board makes this clear in their recommendations regarding risk assessments and crew size, and FRA has pointed this out in the NPRM. The other exception the NPRM talks about is in helper service. We wanted to talk, we believe that deserves attention because helper service is sometimes seen as a simplistic thing, but it can involve a lot of processes to put one locomotive into helper service. The locomotive crew on the helper locomotive may have to run many miles to begin helper service. This could be as far as necessary to reach a train that needs help over a hill. It may involve locomotive consists that contain 10 locomotives or more when authorized. Without a requirement for at least 2 crew members, a single person would be held responsible for securing their train before separating the locomotives from their train before helping a stranded train. This is not practical or safe. By necessity, these operations usually occur in grade territory where a train that necessitates the reason for the helper service. So wherever there's a train that can't get up a hill and needs a helper to help the train up the hill, that's going to involve being on the side of a hill, needing to secure train A to go help train B get over the hill. So I just want to caution FRA that helper service is often seen, oh, it's just helper service. There's a guy on a light locomotive running around. It's no big deal. Well, it can be a very big deal. And like I said, often it occurs on a grade on the side of a hill. Unit train loading and unloading can also be a complex thing. It is usually at very slow speeds, but often when you have unit trains such as coal trains, they have trouble with with some of the cars dumping, and it necessitates a person to be on the ground to be able to tell the engineer, hey, stop. That doesn't always work when it's somebody working at the plant who doesn't really know what to tell an engineer. They're not trained in train movement. So that's going to need definitely another crew member. So, you know, there's very many things here that are at play that we don't want to be oversimplified. On small railroads, we don't think that there should be any nexus between man hours and train safety. So if there's someone that has less than 400,000 hours or whatever rubric you put on that railroad, we just really don't think that the payroll itself has any nexus to the safe operation of the railroad. And we remind people that the Lac-Méganic accident was on a smaller railroad, the Montreal, Maine and Atlantic, and whose year prior statistics were their best ever, but their CEO had decided to go to one-person operations as he had on every other railroad he became CEO of. So we don't really think that has any bearing. It should be simply bared on any considerations the FRA decides with crew size should be strictly based on safety. Any other costs should be considered the cost of doing business. If you can't afford to run your railroad safely, we would submit you shouldn't really be running a railroad if you can't run it safely. The same is true for work trains. We don't want that oversimplified. That can also facilitate 2 people on the crew. So we will be elaborating more on this in our written comments that are due next week. But we recommend that the FRA consider the importance of not only trains that carry hazardous materials, but trains that run adjacent to trains carrying hazardous materials on multiple main tracks and sidings due to their proximity to hazardous materials trains, and the need to consider the risks associated where there are train collisions between hazardous materials trains and trains and other equipment that are not carrying hazardous materials, but are involved in the accident when it occurs. This is borne out by the accident we saw in Castleton, North Dakota in 2013, where the quick actions of the train crew who cut the train away from the burning cars, it helped avert disaster. A single person operation would not have accomplished this. A person in a truck, I wouldn't characterize that as an innovative solution to anything. When I started on the railroad in 1994, we had a guy running around Los Angeles in a truck trying to line switches, and it was great until he was introduced to Los Angeles traffic and couldn't get anywhere near where the train was to line a switch. So the example we were given in the cornfields in Nebraska might work, but as soon as you put it in any sort of urban area, it could quickly fall apart, especially when the train is in an emergency situation at a grade crossing and your expediter is stuck in traffic. So you don't have to take BLET's word for it. Congress just voted to send all railroad crafts back to work. Having 2 crew members in the locomotive cab is so important to the national economy. Congress voted on a bipartisan basis to end any possibility of the railroad shutting down for lack of train crews. The United States needs us, and FRA's NPRM is timed perfectly to acknowledge this fact. We appreciate FRA's willingness, the DOT's willingness, and the current administration's commitment to trains being staffed with a minimum of 2 people on their crews. FRA has published numerous studies on fatigue in the railroad industry, cognitive task analysis of conductors, engineers in the cab, and the benefits teamwork has on safety. All these support the need for a 2-person minimum crew. Determining train crew size and train size by the whims of the financial markets cannot be allowed. A railroad that attempts to game their operations according to a business model designed for other industries does so at their employees and the public's peril. Railroad employees who work in the cab of the locomotive know best when it comes to safe train operations. Through their actions, train crews help safeguard the lives and the lives of the public. Thank you for allowing me to comment today.
Thank you. We don't have any questions. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the Transportation Division International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Jeremy Ferguson, and I am president of the Smart Transportation Division, which is the largest rail union in the United States, representing over 40,000 freight railroad employees. I'm also a conductor and an engineer, hiring out on CSX 1994. My members work in the operating crafts with certified conductor, locomotive engineer, yard master, yard foreman, switchman, utility employee, brakeman, and many others. It is with absolute pride and honor that I present these remarks here today. There is no greater risk to the safety of railroad workers and the communities they serve than the consideration of a reduction in crew size in the cab of the locomotive. In fact, it is because of the 2-person crew that this nation's railroads have been able to achieve and enjoy the safest and richest era in their histories. However, despite that, some might want you to believe here today, safety is not, nor has it ever been, improved simply by reducing manpower. This is especially true when it comes to the staffing on America's Class 1 freight rail trains. Railroading is unlike any other business in the world. The environment is intrinsically dangerous, so much so that the mere presence of standing equipment is, in and of itself, a risk to anyone that might encounter it. In my first 15 months as president, from October 2019 to January of 2021, there were 12 rail worker fatalities. There was a stretch of 9 consecutive months during that time frame when there was a fatality and or an amputation each month. Unfortunately, very little has changed since then. The railroads try to hide this fact by comparing themselves to other far less dangerous work environments. But in doing so, they are comparing sprains to broken bones and paper cuts to amputations. The truth is, few, if any, industries have fatalities on a scale similar to that of railroading. Safety in the industry has plateaued, and we recognize that change is needed, but it cannot come in the form of placing more burden on one individual, nor is it garnered by making more cuts to an already depleted and overworked workforce that will make railroading even more dangerous. To that point, today's railroads are of the singular mindset that if there is any less employees, then there must be less injuries. But what they fail to consider is the fallout and the harm to the environment, the infrastructure, and the communities, and the remaining railroad workers, all of which the FRA is obligated to protect. The truth is, by reducing employees in the cab of the locomotive, the carriers, if they get their way, will have done nothing to improve the actual working conditions. The real dangers that threaten our members and the public will still exist. Interestingly, the carriers regularly argue that there is no data to support a 2-person crew being safer than a 1-person crew. The irony, however, is that likewise, there is no data to support that a 1-person or autonomous operation is any safer than that of a 2-person crew in freight operations. This is because there are no comparable 1-person crew operations being utilized on a Class 1 railroad. Sure, one can look at smaller regional lines and one can look at Europe, but the fact is, no other line or system in the world is comparable to America's major freight railroad system. Now is not the time to be gambling on factors unknown, but rather is exactly the time that we should be welcoming new data and more observations before any substantial consideration to change in the industry can be made. Rest assured, every single day there are incidents and accidents that are prevented because of the actions of a 2-person crew. But the rates and or trends of those incidents cannot be captured nor quantified because the railroads refuse to accept and implement close call reporting safety systems like C3RS, which is sponsored by the FRA. I'll give you an example. The following is a story as recalled by one of my members' experiences of a life saved simply because there was a crew of 2. 8 years ago, I was working as an engineer on a solid loaded bulk coal train with 108 cars and 6 engines. The train weighed approximately 16,000 tons. Controlling this train required my full attention and to be readily aware of my surroundings outside the cab of the locomotive. With equipment of this size and having incredible velocity, I am sure we all know how it turns out when we hit something, especially if that something is a 3-year-old child. This is my story and a nightmare that lives often in my head. A train requires a mixture of constant scanning of the engineer's control stand and looking out the windows of the cab. Looking out the windows as much as possible to keep vigilant to the conditions of the track ahead is a must. The conductor and I were approaching an area where there is a speed change. The conductor reminded me of the change and I acknowledged him. I started monitoring the speed of our train on my console, making preparations to slow the train down. Out of nowhere, the conductor screamed, "Look out ahead. There is a child on the track." When something like that is yelled inside the cab of a locomotive, you are almost too terrified to look. A young boy, around 3 years old, wearing bibbed overalls, wearing a light blue shirt with blonde hair, was standing in the middle of the track. It's crazy I still remember what he had on. I imagine most people will remember things like that when something this intense happens. I started blowing the horn and ringing the bell, hoping and praying he would move. He didn't. I slid open the window and started screaming at him, "Run, kid, move." He started waving at me. It wasn't until the conductor ran out on the nose of the engine and waved his arms in a manner to tell him to move. At the last second, the child stepped out of the way, and we missed him by inches. If my conductor had not been there, I am convinced I would have killed that poor child. There had not been anyone to report this to the dispatcher. The next train coming through may have even killed him. This moment, as fundamental as it seems, was a life-saving moment. In an instant, a child's life was spared because of the actions of a two-person crew. No formal report was made, no record was filed. The only data that exists in the haunting memories of the crew's experience. This story boils down to the basic fact that conductors are observing track conditions while engineers are obligated to split their attention between monitoring the controls and the track. Having conductors on trains saves lives and prevents disasters in ways technology cannot. Artificial intelligence absolutely has a role to play, but it cannot replace authentic human intelligence in railroading. Distractions are killers for any mode of transportation, but it is especially true for the men and women that operate trains. A statistic so often heard around railroading is that a person or vehicle in America is struck by a train on average every 3 hours. My question to you, is that too much? At a time when we, as a nation, should be weighing options to better protect our citizens, the railroads are looking to blindly cut the greatest known contributing factor to improve safety. And for what? Another dollar. Because they refuse to accept viable working programs like C3RS that will identify the successes and safety gained because of the two-person crew. They are looking to pull the wool over the nation's eyes and pretend that the conductor's role in the cab of the locomotive is irrelevant. I ask, do you think the mother of that little boy sees the actions of the conductor on that day as irrelevant? As unfortunate and as ironic as it is, the introduction of technology into the cab of the locomotive has exacerbated this troubling scenario. Instead of facing forward, engineers are now spending the majority of their time interacting and manipulating the many screens and software programs that lie before them. The only real ability to actively observe the territory in which they are traversing is to have a second person sitting next to them. This is affirmed by the U.S. Department of Transportation's own Volpe Center, and I quote, "The locomotive engineer and conductor function as a joint cognitive system, meaning that conductors and locomotive engineers jointly contribute to the set of cognitive activities required to operate the train safely and efficiently. While each crew member has a distinct set of formal responsibilities, in practice, they operate as an integrated team, contributing knowledge and backing each other up as necessary. When operating on the main line, conductors not only serve as a second pair of eyes, alerting the locomotive engineer to the upcoming signals and potential hazards, like activity at grade crossings, people working on or around the track, they also contribute knowledge and decision-making judgment. Conductors also serve an important redundant checkup and backup role, reminding locomotive engineers of upcoming work zones and speed restrictions. If necessary, they will also handle unanticipated situations and activate the emergency brake in cases where the locomotive engineer has not responded quickly enough. Conductors have developed a variety of skills and strategies that enable them to handle non-routine situations safely and efficiently." End of quote. PTC is and was designed to be nothing more than a safety overlay. It is not, nor is any other software currently within the cab of the locomotive capable of identifying obstructions and/or hazards, especially those occurring under the tenets of restricted speed. It should come as no surprise that the frequency and veracity of derailments has had no substantial change since its implementation. Simply put, PTC does not work below 20 miles per hour. At these speeds, it does not protect against, nor does it look out for another train, car, obstruction, stop signal, derail, or an improperly aligned switch. It also does not look out for washouts, rock slides, fires, vehicles, and pedestrians. And while this may seem insignificant at such a slow speed, FRA has gone out of its way to warn the industry of the dangers that can occur as a result of train accidents and incidents that occur in these circumstances. But it has also gone beyond to make known just how common and how big a threat this scenario really is. In its contemplation of restricted speed, FRA wrote the following: "Operating employees must work together as a team because they work in an environment which is often without on-site managerial oversight. Both the locomotive engineer and conductor of a train are equally responsible for safe operation of their train and compliance with railroad operating rules. Indeed, both the engineer and conductor and any other crew member present in the controlling locomotive of a train must remain vigilant and must assist each other in the safe operation of the train. As the above accidents indicate, even slight lapses in situational awareness, particularly when operating trains on approach and restricting signal indications, can lead to tragedy. An environment must be created and maintained in the locomotive control compartment where the crew exclusively focuses on properly controlling the train in compliance with the operating rules. End of the quote. PTC does nothing to alleviate these obligations, nor does it do anything to improve the vigilance necessary to provide safe train operations, especially when operating under the requirements of restricted speed. This is reinforced again by the Volpe Center, wherein they stated, quote, PTC will not provide all of the cognitive support functions the conductor currently provides to the locomotive engineer, end of quote. In the FRA's September 2022 research results, it specifically noted that, quote, the conductor must be allowed to make programming changes if information has not been entered into PTC and trip optimizers, as well as work with the engineer to review the train and trip information prior to starting a trip for PTC and trip optimizer purposes, increase the visibility of presented information on the trip optimizer to the conductor, and duplicate the PTC and trip optimizer displays at the conductor's workstation, end of quote. FRA is correct in their findings. The technology currently in use in the cab of a locomotive has been found to be fallible and vulnerable to disengagements without alert or notification to the crew. To get a better look at this reality and just how large of a problem the industry is facing, we created a voluntary report system for our members to provide our union with technological failures they experience in the field. We have received thousands of these reports, ranging from loss of communication to the PTC's incorrect interpretation of stop and proceed signals. Every single one of these events is a scenario that requires human intervention, redundancy, and action. Stranding a single individual to react to in an instantaneous transition from a normal environment to a high stressful, critical operating environment is not conducive towards safety. This includes block crossings. There is arguably no greater complaint from the public than the growing epidemic of blocked highway crossings at grade. Because of the railroad's insatiable appetite for profit under PSR, trains have grown tremendously longer without regard to public interruption and safety. Having only one person on board a locomotive will make the disruption to commuters, first responders, and safety personnel infinitely longer and will handicap first responders from performing the life-saving measures required to do their job. God forbid an equipment failure occur on the line of road without a conductor readily available to act in a moment's notice, but especially if the train has an entire community blocked off. There is little a lone engineer can do in that situation. What happens in the case of a train hitting an automobile or a derailment? The engineer cannot quickly leave the locomotive cab to respond to the emergency. For that to occur, he or she must first go through the process of ascertaining that the train is secure so as not to create an additional threat to the public, other moving trains, and/or other railroad employees. This means that he or she will have to tie handbrakes on all the engines, test the brakes, set the circuit breakers in the correct formation to prevent unexpected movements, set the air brakes, set and test the required number of handbrakes on the cars, and then remove the reverser from the control stand. After all that has been accomplished, the engineer would then be free to respond, and that's assuming no unexpected issues arise. Chances are, however, that the engineer will not leave the cab in these events, as they possess the only real means of communication with authorities, dispatchers, oncoming trains, and whatever term the railroad digs up with a theoretical nomadic traveling conductor. As such, the engineer will have to stay put, not able to provide any aid or assistance to injured individuals who may need immediate attention or comfort. There will be no one on the ground in a timely fashion to assess the situation and/or identify the potential dangers that may exist to the crew and the community. In fact, and the time it takes for the first responders to arrive, hazardous chemicals could be leaking into our water tables and or fires spreading from the rail car into the public. Time will now be consumed in travel rather than an immediate response. Likewise, there will be increased difficulty in the transfer of hazardous material documents to emergency responders. Instead of being able to travel directly to the scene, EMS workers will first have to locate the head end of the train before being able to adequately or intelligently know how to treat the actual event. So this begs the question, where would the conductors be if not assigned to a locomotive? Despite the railroads not having the contractual authority or freedom to enforce any of their profit-driven plans, we have heard enough to know that the railroad's theory for ground-based conductor would be to assign one to a particular region or territory. This means that the one individual would be responsible for an area of unknown size, and they would have to care for all the trains within the region at any one time, as well as provide the ground support for trains needing to service an industry. Hypothesizing how any of the aforementioned situations could play out, it could be hours before a conductor is available to receive the communication, much less possess the ability to travel what could be a great distance to assess and assist in derailments, block crossings, and or emergency situations. What if the weather's bad? What if the roads are closed? What if the train's location is inaccessible for whatever reason and the wandering conductor can't gain access? Does the FRA really want to explain to a mayor, county council, or a family in need that their only major right-of-way into and out of an area was blocked for hours because of a train, which resulted in major damage or the loss of life because the conductor assigned to the territory was stopped in traffic? I want to be realistic here. The only way that we can assure the safest course is protected during train operations is by maintaining 2 crew members in the cab of the locomotive. Our communities cannot afford the risk associated with contemplation of a reduction in crew size. They need to know that a crew is staffed and available to provide the fastest means to correct and or protect from an adverse event causing them harm or hardship. One must look no further than the Castleton, North Dakota derailment that occurred on December 30th, 2013, as Vince noted earlier. More than 4,700,000 gallons of crude oil was leaked onto the land and then subsequently ignited, causing a fire that burned for more than 3 days. That train's conductor was able to immediately dismount the locomotive, identify the emergency situation, relay life-saving critical information to the engineer so that he was able to inform the dispatcher, and then immediately made a separation of the train to mitigate the potential for expansion of the burning crude oil, thus protecting a large amount of the environment and wildlife. None of this would have been possible had the train been forced to wait on a ground-based conductor to arrive on a very dangerous scene in a quite forceful snowstorm. And that's assuming the itinerant conductor would have been able to make it. According to the Bureau of Transportation Statistics, there were 23,824 highway fatalities involving a passenger car occupant or a light truck occupant. And according to Esurance, in a well-circulated report, a driver's chances of getting into a car accident are 1 in 366 for every 1,000 miles traveled. Now, I've not done the math, but I can say with absolute certainty that by removing the conductor from the cab of the locomotive and placing them into a roadway vehicle, the likelihood of them getting into an accident with injury or death increases exponentially. Fortunately, I have no doubt that the railroads are going to break out their smoke and mirrors and try to convince you that safety will actually be improved because the total of employees will be reduced, and thus the number of injuries and fatalities will also reduce. But what they won't tell you or admit themselves is that the employees assigned to these tasks will be placed in greater danger and that the likelihood of their going home the same way they came to work will be diminished. This is unacceptable and it's reprehensible. Similarly, recent legislation has imposed new rules and a fresh look at mitigating fatigue in the railroad industry. A rail employee's work life is unpredictable. From random calls to duty to uncertain lengths of shift, the conductor or engineer can never know when they're going to work and/or for how long they're going to be there. Unlike most American workers, all they can do is live by a phone and hope they're arrested for the call of duty. Fatigue is an enemy of any vehicle operator, but because of the on-call nature of railroading, it is a monster. Conductors and engineers rely on one another to maintain situational awareness, rules compliance, and the ability to complete a tour of duty safely. There are moments wherein an employee will succumb to the unforgiving, unrelenting pace of the railroad industry, but they are brief, insignificant, and mitigated by the presence of a second person in the cab of the locomotive. Fatigue does not target just one craft. It affects us all. And sacrifice a lone engineer to the threat of fatigue poses is dereliction of duty and failure to provide a safe working environment. PTC and Trip Optimizer does not offset the threat of fatigue, nor does it do anything to combat it. In fact, if anything, it may actually make it worse. The Australian College of Applied Professionals asserts that, quote, staring at a screen for hours every day causes eye strain, but it also is also psychologically taxing and can leave a person feeling tired and frustrated, end of quote. Neither of these should be welcome in the cab of the locomotive. It is not uncommon, because of how the railroads staff their availability boards and fail to plan their train lineups, for an employee to be forced into a scenario where they have been unable to get any sleep for at least 24 hours, which, according to the Centers of Disease Control, is the equivalent of a person working with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.10%. Another report titled Fatigue and Alertness in the United States Railroad Industry, Part 1, The Nature of the Problem, advises that, quote, there are several aspects of railroad operations that can cause fatigue and alertness problems. The irregularity of work schedules in freight operations, the need for split shifts in commuter and urban operations, and the high potential for complacency and boredom in some freight operations, end of quote. PTC and Trip Optimizer make the threat of complacency and boredom infinitely worse. Compound that by removing the only real mitigating factor to fatigue, another crew member, and you have a recipe for disaster. So how do train and engine service employees overcome this? They rely on one another. They trust their instincts, and they offset the monotony that oftentimes is railroading. I know this because I've been there many a times. But there are also additional complications that will impact an isolated engineer, and that's the fact that railroad workers are required to work when sick. I'm sure you've seen in the news here the last few weeks, sick leave isn't exactly an option for the men and women I represent. Far too often, in fact, the majority of the time, when a rail worker takes off sick, they do so knowing they will be disciplined and or fired for being unable to work. So instead of risking their job or losing their livelihoods, they accept their assignment and come to work sick. This exasperates the threat of exhaustion and loss of situational awareness. Again, the only true mitigating factor is the presence of a second crew member in the cab of a locomotive to aid them in operational procedures, rules, and regulation compliance, comprehension of directives, and the overall safety of themselves and their train. Lastly, I have to address precision scheduled railroading and its contributions to the detriment of a safe and efficient railroading environment, which includes the desire and contemplation of doing more with less, or, in other words, risking the safety of others to make more profit. PSR is nothing more than a business model designed to cut its way to massive profits. This is evidenced in the 45,000 employees that were moved from service in an almost single swoop and the mothballing of thousands of locomotives over the past 3 to 4 years. The railroads have proven their willingness to make decisions that are not in the interest of safety, but rather are in the interest of profits and shareholder wealth. Perhaps one of the most obvious examples is the growing length of trains. America's Class 1 carriers are experts when it comes to sharpshooting regulations or the absence thereof to make operational changes that have received no review or study as to their merit or integrity, especially when it comes to the public and employee safety. They recognize that FRA is silent on this issue, and they have exploited it. FRA has recognized the potential for considerable dangers associated with the growing length of trains now, as it has active projects ongoing to study the effects and vulnerabilities of braking on trains in excess of 8,500 feet in length. Congress is no exception, as the bipartisan infrastructure law required a study by the National Academies of Science to research the impact long trains are having on the American population and their potential for greater endangerment. So, why am I talking about long trains and the ever-increasing frequency of their population within the railroad system? Because long trains block more crossings, which in turn has an adverse impact on the traveling public and hinders emergency responders. The only real tool to clear up block crossings in a timely fashion is by having a conductor on board and assigned to every controlling locomotive. I want to end on this point, and it's as simplistic as I can make it. If a train has a crossing blocked and an ambulance is needing to get through, the victim's chances of survival hinge on how long it takes for that train to be removed from that crossing. If a conductor is on board, it will only be as long as it takes them to get directly back to the crossing. But if a conductor is remote, the variables become so much more. A blocked crossing creates traffic. Traffic stops vehicles. How does a traveling conductor in a car overcome the traffic to get to that crossing that's blocked? Railroad safety isn't just for the men and women working on the rails. It's for everyday citizens that take for granted that the railroad is safe. Without a doubt, I can attest that the removal of the conductor, should it be permitted, from the cab of the locomotive will not just be catastrophic to all rail workers, it will be inimical to the American public. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony today, for your careful consideration of the points I have waged. Please note also that we will be submitting our written formal comments that will expound upon what we've stated here today. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Sorry.
If I could, Jerry Cassidy, alternate National Legislative Director with the union. So we have a member that has submitted. I did not want it to be lost that he felt the priority and need to speak on behalf of his craft as a conductor. It was not something we asked him to do. And so it's important. We wanted to separate so that it could be understood that he is speaking from his experiences and his heart, not because we asked him to, but because it's important to him. So he's following us now.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot to spell my name for the record there. You good? Not that I couldn't, but.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. First, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak at this critical hearing. My name is Johnny Walker. I'm an 18-year railroad conductor with Smart Transportation Division, Local 610, here in Benning Yard, QL 134, Southeast Washington, D.C., less than 2 miles away from this hearing. The crew size safety requirements are important to the DMV coalition for the two-person crew bill because of our jobs in the community that we work and live in. Unfortunately, there are many dangers in this job that we have chosen to make our careers. Trains run through communities throughout the U.S. carrying mineral freight to spent nuclear rods. While working safely and efficiently, these commodities are transported with relative ease with no issues throughout our communities. However, with the already strained workforce and a doubling of our 1.5 mile long trains has made a complex job that is usually to be done safely into a nearly impossible ticking time bomb with the current two-person crew standards. I have a unique understanding when it comes to crew size because originally I started out on the railroad working for Amtrak, where there's a requirement for at least 3 crew members on our trains, even off corridor. As an assistant conductor, I always had an extra set of eyes and hands for myself and a 3-person crew. And that gave me the mentorship that I needed to be the conductor that I am today. Because of that mentorship, when I became a promoted conductor on my very first trip, the defect detector went off at Franconia Springfield, which is no less than 14 miles away from our current location. That means I had to go and walk our train. I was with a new hire conductor, and with my Navy experience and my leadership, I led by example, and I made sure that he was safe while we walked our train, and he walked on the non-live track side. Something didn't feel right when I was walking that train that day. And my sister train that was traveling in a northbound direction was not calling signals. The hair on the back of my neck stood out, and I was able to jump in between the equipment because I understood what the priorities are and the safety around my train. Without that mentorship at Amtrak, without those other conductors that have been the extra set of eyes and ears for my entire career, I wouldn't have had that secondary instinct. So that saved my life that day. Not only did it save my life, but it saved my new hire's life as well. Now, this tragedy was averted because of my years of experience and my mentorship and my military training, and my job is about to go away. It's different on a freight train because with a freight train, I don't have someone next to me like I did at Amtrak. I don't have an extra set of eyes or an extra set of hands to go ahead and say, maybe we should do it this way, or maybe you made a mistake with the rules or something like that. I have to talk to someone that could be upwards of 130 cars plus away, where I have to go ahead and describe something over the radio, my only form of communication. I wore this radio here today so you could see that, look, I'm not a suit and tie type of guy. I work here right in our community, right here in Benning Yard. And this radio only goes approximately 2 miles. My base station radio, when it is working on our locomotive, can talk to our dispatcher that's thousands of miles away, but sometimes we can't even get a hold of that dispatcher for hours at a time because their territory is so strained. Now, currently, with our 1.5 mile long train, an average person could walk 15 to 20 minutes. You need to double those times with the 3 mile long monster trains that they're trying to run through our communities. Now, can you imagine what it would be like as a locomotive engineer when you have the only person that's on the locomotive and something happens and you have to go ahead and walk that train? Like my brothers with the BLE, as well as my president, has attested that it's more than just turning the car off, so to speak. You have a set of circumstances and rules that you have to follow to go ahead and tie down your train as a locomotive engineer. And now you also have to have the set of rules as a conductor. So that's all this on one thing. Now I have a statement here, and it was already entered into it, but I'll just diverge a little bit. That locomotive engineer has a lot of responsibilities on their plate. As I'm sitting here staring, I'm thinking of what the control stand looks like. To my right, I have a screen. To my center, I have a screen. To over here, I have a screen with the positive train control. That's 3 screens I have to look at while I have to go ahead and look miles down the track. I can't describe to you as difficult it is psychologically to be in a locomotive where you have no type of human interaction. We have heat and we have air conditioning. We don't have comfort control. It's either hot or it's cold. The newer locomotives, they are so soundproof that it is deafening when you get on that locomotive. Now, a truck driver can go up and down these highways and listen to the radio, listen to the CV, listen to the other things like that. But our trains sometimes are so infrequent, we can't do that. We have no human interaction. Every so often, we might hear a defect detector go off, but even now they're starting to lengthen those places in between where jobs used to be for actual maintenance of our trains. I could sit here and I'll explain it to you that if you plug your ears as hard as you can to deafen yourself and just stare straight off for a 12-hour day, it's psychologically, it's disheartening actually having to come to work thinking that that's going to be my life for the next 18 plus years. You can't pull over to the side of the road like a car when you're fatigued. That train needs to go down the track because there's another one behind you. There's another one in front of you. You got to do that. If you ran out of coffee, too bad for you. If you have to go use the restroom, what am I supposed to do? I have to stop the train? Yes, I have to, because I can't just, just keep it moving. I can't count how many times as a conductor I have done something extra because my extra set of hands that has a responsibility that is unfathomable to someone that hasn't done it. There have been times that I've been able to go ahead and tell that there was a rules restriction that was coming up, or there was something going on, or there's next industry, or did you hear that for a locomotive or a train that was coming down the way? So I'm there, that extra set of things. The positive train control, an extra thing, which is really a marketing term. It's not really controlling anything. That person up there is, if everything is running correctly, yes, it works great. But we work on layers of safety on the railroad. And they always say that to us when we're in an industrial trial, that there's layers of safety, that you broke this rule safe-wise. And because of that, something else saved you. But now they're trying to take away one of those layers of safety because it is redundant, as the railroads say. I am not redundant. I'm a human being. I protect this community. I'm a first responder, and I'm there for the community, and that's it. The positive train control here in Washington, D.C., one time we took it out. That train had no axles on it. No axles. It's a clerical error. But it still let us run from Washington, D.C. to Rockville, Maryland before our train went into emergency. Now tell me where that positive train control stopped us from doing something wrong. Because theoretically, if your train has no axles or no wheels, you shouldn't be able to move anywhere. But in most computer programming, it's garbage in, garbage out. Again, I can't tell you how many times I've pulled my fellow coworker off the train because of fatigue or sickness, or they just can't make it anymore. I'm a combat medic. I was a corpsman in the United States Navy. Here was my last duty station, Naval Hospital Bethesda. And I know when a medical emergency happens, seconds count. Currently, they want to go ahead and take my job, if I'm lucky enough to have this job, and keep me up and down the road trying to service not one train, 5 trains, whatever they can go ahead and save a nickel at. In a medical emergency, seconds count. Seconds count, tragedies happen in minutes. And the accessibility for our railroads throughout the United States, either it's by train or it's by truck through miles and miles of territory and then back roads. And that's not to go ahead and say what DC traffic's like. And I assume that most of you all are here in the DC area on the board here. But for us to get to our train in Southern Maryland will take upwards of 2 hours. Now, just imagine if that was a single conductor trying to go ahead and get to that train. And that's just normal DC traffic. And that's not the miles of territory. One of our territories that I served under was Gladstone, Virginia. In Gladstone, Virginia, the nearest hotel in the nearest town was 2 hours away for us to get to. So just imagine that's probably where our crew is going to go ahead and sign up, and that conductor is going to sign up. So that's 2 hours before they can even get to the tracks. That is just unacceptable, especially I live in this community. I stay at this job because I love this job and I'm fighting for this job, not because it's my livelihood. It's because I respect my community and this is what I love to do. I'm the conductor of a train for CSX and I'm proud to go ahead and serve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't believe the panel has any questions.
It's unfortunate. I'm the closest person here that'd be able to answer them right from the ground. But that's just on record. But we do appreciate the time for us being able to go ahead and speak this, man. Thank you, gentlemen.
At this point in time, we will take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 2:40. And we will have the final presenter. And if there are any additional individuals who would like to speak, please ensure that you either sign up on the pad over here by the court reporter or via the Zoom comments. Thank you very much. I think we're going to start reconvening for our last scheduled presenter. So if you just give us a moment to let everybody sit down, that would be great. Thank you. Kenton, are we good on the Zoom? Yep. Got the thumbs up, so. Our final scheduled presenter is the Transportation Trades Department of the AFL-CIO. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon. My name is Greg Regan. I'm the president of the Transportation Trades Department of the AFL-CIO. TTD consists of 37 unions across every mode of transportation, representing millions of frontline workers throughout that run America's transportation network. Our unions represent the totality of rail labor, including both passenger and freight rail workers, such as the engineers and conductors that drive and operate passenger and freight trains. Today, I'd speak collectively on behalf of those 37 unions and their workers. I'm pleased to join the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen and Smart Transportation Division to testify on this vital issue. BLET and Smart TD are two of the 13 rail unions affiliated with TTD, and we fully support their positions on crew size. Additionally, I'm honored to be joined in support of two-person crews by thousands upon thousands of individual rail workers who have submitted personal comments into the docket to describe in detail why two people are needed to operate a train. These workers are the ones whose voices we are here to amplify today. Rail workers experience the demands and risks of the job daily, and we need to listen to them when they tell us what they need to operate a train safely. TTD welcomes this public hearing and the Federal Railroad Administration's proposed rule to require a minimum of 2 crew members on most passenger, freight and passenger rail trains, and establish minimum requirements for the location of crew members on a moving train to promote safe and effective teamwork. We applaud Administrator Bose's leadership on this issue and urge the FRA to finalize the strongest rule as soon as possible. This proposed rule acknowledges that crew size is fundamentally a safety issue, and that two-person crews are inherently necessary to ensure the safe operation of our freight rail and passenger systems. By creating a federal standard across the industry, the FRA can address the significant safety concerns presented by railroads operating with single-person crews. While FRA has been considering action on crew size for almost 10 years now, trends from the last few years in the rail industry have only heightened the need for strong, swift action by this agency. Since 2015, the Class 1 freight railroads have introduced a new operating model known as Precision Scheduled Railroading, or PSR. In my role as president of TTD, I deal with many different industries and companies. The railroad's actions through PSR are some of the most reckless and dangerous that I've seen in my career. And as an aside, I spent the morning at a transit workforce conference with both employers and unions and rank and file workers, where the collective mood was, how do we grow the workforce in public transit? How do we expand service? And how do we improve our overall operations to better serve the public? So I find it very ironic that after having that kumbaya moment with everyone in a certain industry, I'm here to try to defend the fact that we need 2 people on every crew, and that we need to have, that we're defending the fact that, or protecting the fact that the railroads can't further reduce crew size, especially at a time when service is so poor. The PSR model exists solely to squeeze every last nickel and dime out of the industry. It exclusively serves the short-term benefit of the railroad shareholders at the expense of not just their workers, but also the very customers they are supposed to be serving. The PSR model has allowed Class 1 railroads to achieve record profits, more than $146 billion since 2015, to the detriment of those workers, rail shippers, and consumers. In nominal terms, these profits are even more than what the railroads made at the height of the robber baron days of the 19th century. To achieve these profits for their shareholders' benefit, this business model has stripped railroads of their human and physical capital. Since 2015, these railroads have laid off 45,000 workers, which is equivalent of roughly 30% of the total freight rail workforce. Railroads may want us to believe that these workers were redundant, but it has become clear that the massive reductions of workforce are simply about cutting costs, even if those costs result in the degradation of safety and service. The railroads may say they care about safety, but that is hollow rhetoric. They care about money. The railroad workers who remain have been forced to do more with less. They are faced with discipline or dismissal if they refuse to comply, and the consequence of these choices are no longer hypothetical. Carriers are also compensating for reduced staffing by requiring remaining employees to perform work outside of their craft, in addition to fulfilling their regular duties. At best, this may involve employees performing tasks with which they are not experienced. At worst, employees may be forced to do work for which they're not qualified. Furthermore, rather than maintaining appropriate staffing levels, carriers are mandating overtime for workers who are already stretched thin and penalizing workers who refuse to come to work when they are sick. In an industry where fatigue is a constant risk factor, exposing employees to additional fatigue by asking them to work longer, faster, or perform multiple jobs, especially while sick, is a recipe for disaster. The FRA's own safety data shows that since 2009, the number of railroad accidents and incidents reported to the FRA has not meaningfully declined. Derailments, fatalities, and collisions all increased in the years leading up to the pandemic. Given the notorious pressure that railroads put on their workers to prevent them from reporting incidents to the FRA, we suspect that these accidents and incidents are severely undercounted, especially during the pandemic when safety risks have been much higher and normal government functions, including safety inspections, were curtailed. The bottom line is that PSR prioritizes short-term profits over the long-term health and safety of our freight rail system. Between reports from frontline employees at the FRA's own data and the FRA's own data, it is clear that PSR puts rail workers and the public at a real and unacceptable safety risk. The railroad's implementation of PSR clearly demonstrates they are prioritizing profits above safety, no matter the cost. In the US, a freight train can weigh up to 65,000 tons, average over a mile long, and contain hazardous materials like the 2.2 million carloads of chemicals the railroads transported in 2021. Class 1 railroads are now running trains up to 5 miles long. It is absurd to argue that such a massive piece of equipment can be safely operated by one individual, given the many tasks for which at least 2 people are needed. Not to mention the plethora of vital FRA regulations and railroad operating rules that must be followed while operating the train. Perhaps that is why FAA safety regulations are written under the assumption that at least 2 crew members will operate freight and passenger trains. While 2-person crews are currently the norm on US freight railroads, crew size is often an issue that the railroads like to determine only during the collective bargaining process, not by government mandate. That has certainly been the case during this last round of collective bargaining negotiations, where the Class 1 railroads wanted to put this issue on the table. The safety of rail workers, our communities, and the country's rail system should not be bartered at the bargaining table. It should be a fundamental safety regulation. An issue like crew size should not be open for negotiation, and it should not be something for which unions have to give something else up, like wages, in order to achieve. Additionally, smaller non-union railroads can put 1-person crews out on the tracks, not only jeopardizing safety, but also setting a dangerous competitive trend that larger railroads will seek to follow. The railroads talked this morning about the need to have flexibility to address the severe quality of life issues that the railroads today that is making it hard to retain and grow their workforce. We agree that the railroads need to address those quality of life issues. And that they are negatively affecting existing rail workers and deteriorating the attractiveness of becoming a rail worker. Quality of life was one of the top things that rail unions I represented asked for during the bargaining session in recent rounds. The railroad simply refused. These quality of life issues are of the railroad's own making. They were the ones who decided to cut their workforce by 30% and force the remaining railroad workers to work massive amounts of overtime. The railroads can bargain with unions at any other time over these quality of life issues. In fact, we would welcome the engagement. The proposed 2-person crew mandate does not prevent the railroads from at any time addressing these issues that have been caused by their own decisions. Having 2 crew members on a train provides the safety net needed to prevent errors that could jeopardize safety, while also helping ensure train operations comply with important regulations. But second crew members offer more than just passive redundancy. Operating a train is a complex and demanding job that calls on both crew members to work as a team and undertake a variety of important tasks, often simultaneously, to ensure trains run smoothly and safely. For example, a conductor's responsibilities include managing the train consists, coordinating with the locomotive engineer for safe and efficient en route operation, interacting with dispatchers, roadway workers, and others outside the cab, and dealing with exceptional situations like mechanical problems. As the FRA also knows, fatigue continues to plague the rail industry. Employer-mandated long shifts and unpredictable work schedules create a fatigued workforce that has a direct and negative impact on safety. A second crew member helps both employees stay alert and provides an essential backstop to prevent the most costly mistakes that can occur when chronic fatigue affects memory or judgment. Additionally, when emergencies do occur, having two crew members is vital, since the ability of a lone crew member to investigate or respond to a situation is nearly impossible. If a train being operated by a single crew member were to encounter emergency situations such as a highway crossing collision with an automobile, a release of hazardous materials, or a mechanical problem, that crew member could not leave the engine idling in order to investigate the issue. Those emergency response needs would have to wait until another crew member could arrive from many miles away. Should a train break down and block a highway crossing, a second crew member would be needed to quickly disconnect the train to unblock that crossing. Expecting one crew member to execute every required task while anticipating all possible operating scenarios is an unacceptable risk and beyond irresponsible. Having a second crew member physically on the train in the event of an emergency quite literally could be the difference between life or death. The additional capacity of a second crew member could also minimize property and environmental damage to surrounding communities. The FRA's recount of events of the December 2013 Castleton, North Dakota incident illustrates how multiple crew members working together to communicate and coordinate with emergency responders can help save lives and reduce destruction. As president of TTD, I've seen how other transportation sectors require at least two crew members to ensure necessary redundancy and safety in the event of an incident. In the aviation sector, commercial passenger flights have for decades had at least two pilots in the cockpit in case one pilot becomes incapacitated. Most large cargo flights have at least two pilots as well for that very reason. In the maritime industry, most large cargo and passenger vessels have multiple crew members in order to handle the complex tasks needed to operate such vessels and respond to emergencies. On ocean-going vessels, for example, federal law requires that two crew members must be certified as GMDSS radio operators, which is the Maritime Global Distress System, so that there is redundancy in responding to emergencies should one arise. Unfortunately, most transportation safety laws in our country's history have come after incidents that have killed people. We have, in the aviation labor world, have at times referred to the Federal Aviation Administration as the tombstone industry, because the major regulations that have come into place often happen after a major catastrophic incident, where the regulations are written in blood. For example, the aviation maritime sector has implemented those crew requirements in response to such tragedies. We cannot wait for another tragedy in the rail industry before we implement common sense regulations. We don't want to look backwards and be reminded that we could have done something to prevent a tragedy. In fact, we sadly learned this lesson the hard way in 2013 in Quebec, Canada, when a one-way train carrying 72 cars of crude oil killed 47 people and demolished the town of Lac-Mégantic. The incident occurred after a crew member, working alone, parked the train uphill from the town for the night. Unmanned, the train rolled back down the track and exploded. This devastating, potentially preventable incident is a stark reminder of the safety challenges that face this industry and the need for a federal mandate of this nature. We hear a lot from railroads about the wonders of technology and how technology will solve all of our problems, including being able to drive trains. The bottom line is that technology, including positive train control, is not a substitute for well-qualified human beings who have knowledge and expertise, as well as and have seen numerous times, as we have seen numerous times in transportation incidents. High-profile transportation incidents such as the Lac-Mégantic derailment or the recent Boeing MAX plane crashes that resulted tragically in multiple deaths and near tragedies like the Miracle on the Hudson, where Captain Sullenberger's heroic action saved that plane, show that the best and most effective way to ensure transportation safety is having multiple crew members who are experienced and well qualified to operate that particular mode of transportation. The MCAS technology Boeing used, in fact, made the Boeing MAX plane crashes more likely, not less, and represents an unfortunate cautionary tale on substituting technology for trained human beings. Railroads also claim they need to retain the ability to move to one-person crews because they are facing a near-term existential threat from automated trucking. This claim is nonsense. First, there are no automated trucks on the market today. You could not purchase one no matter how much money you have. And secondly, most experts in automated technology, automated driving technology say that it will take decades for the technology to be viable, if it ever does. In fact, there were two professors from Carnegie Mellon University at the conference I was at this morning who talked about how they don't see a possible scenario where fully automated large vehicles, including buses and trucks, could operate on the roads given the current conditions. They think the entire focus needs to be focusing on how to make it safer for a human operator and give them more tools in order to make adapt technology in order to empower workers to do things better. After the idea that's not viable, if you want to see how well, or in this case, very poorly automated driving technology is going, go look at Elon Musk and Tesla. Tesla's so-called full self-driving beta system is facing multiple investigations from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration because it has killed and injured several people. Automated trucking technology is not a near-term threat to railroads, if it will in fact ever be one. There's another point I want to make about the trucking industry. Railroads say that they cannot afford to implement these basic fundamental safety measures because of existing competition from truckers. TTD deals with the trucking industry on a daily basis, and we strongly agree that the trucking industry needs to improve their labor and safety standards. And we fight for those needed improvements every single day. But that should not be an excuse to degrade safety and working conditions on the railroads. Nobody wins if we engage in a race to the bottom on labor and safety standards in the name of cost cutting. This is the whole reason we have laws and regulations in the first place. Given the railroad's record profits and the fact that automated trucking is nowhere close to being a reality, if ever, the idea that railroads won't be able to compete with the trucking industry if they are required to have 2 crew members, which is the standard now, is ridiculous. I'm confident that railroads will be able to continue to make robust profits if crew size rulemaking is finalized. Furthermore, we have been asking the railroads for years to make the necessary investments in their workforce and infrastructure to be able to grow their market share, to expand. We want to have more cargo moved by rail. It's better for the country, it's better for our economy, but unfortunately the railroads have instead decided to double down the PSR business model, which again prioritizes cost cutting and making the most money instead of providing good service to customers and growing their businesses. The railroads are losing market share today because of their own decisions over the past 7 years. And by the way, this has greatly reduced service, but this is a shame not only for the workers that operate the railroads, the customers who are suffering, but also frankly for the environment, where it's a much more environmental friendly way to move rail or move cargo long haul than through the trucking industry. In conclusion, rail operations are relatively safe today because trains are operated by 2-person crews and the hard work and expertise of these crews and other rail workers. I find it incredibly troubling that instead of recognizing this fact, the railroads are advocating a policy that would give them the ability to downsize this workforce and expose workers and communities to avoidable safety risks in our freight network. Moving from 2-person crew operations to 1-person crew operations is like, as Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg once famously said, throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. Not everything in this proposed rule is perfect. In the coming days, TTD will file comments that suggest ways to improve the proposed rule. But it is imperative that the FRA finalize the strongest possible rule as quickly as possible so that we can protect rail workers, communities, and this country from the accidents and incidents that would inevitably happen if we move to 1-person crew operations. The FRA was unable to finalize this proposed rule back in 2016, and we cannot repeat that mistake today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your presentation. And we do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point in time, we have all of those who signed up in advance have presented. I think we have several additions. So we have four individuals who have requested also to speak. They are all on the Zoom call. So I will go in order as they are written here. I can read Kenton's writing. Sorry. So the first individual, N. Jokin, if I said that right. Yes? We are getting you unmuted.
We're muted.
There we go. Yeah, we're, Kenton, is there anything, needs to be done? All right. So we are having trouble hearing you. So what I'm going to do is go to the next presenter to see if we're having a similar challenge. And we will come back to you. So,
How about now?
awesome.
Yeah, sorry, that was on my end.
Great, thank you. And if you could give us your name and affiliation, that would be great. And we will give
name
you
is-
10 minutes if you need that amount of time.
All right. My name is Nick Jockum. It's N-I-C-K, then J-O-C-H-I-M. Currently a freight conductor for CSX.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
So to start off with, I've only recently joined the railroad industry. I'm actually a fairly new employee. Only been with them for just under a year. I've been marked up and on my own for about 7 months. Now in that time, come to learn pretty quickly, we actually have a lot of responsibilities as a freight conductor. I know some think we don't, but we actually do. When we're up on those trains, we're actively at all times looking out for track conditions ahead, whether it be trees in the way, cars, people, unfortunately, or equipment. They mentioned earlier that PTC is more or less a replacement for us. Not quite. For example, PTC, as some have already mentioned, it's an excellent tool to have. It's a great fail-safe, but that's the way it should be treated, as a fail-safe, not as a replacement. If you're running on a restricting, PTC will not stop you. You can still run right to the rear end of another train. Not a thing in the world will stop you from doing it. The only thing that will prevent it is somebody looking out. When you're sitting up on those engines, it's not like sitting in a car. You're not shoulder to shoulder. You're not rubbing elbows. Most cases, you're about 5 feet apart. That makes quite a big difference. If you're coming around a curve, depending on the direction you're going, I may be able to see for 10 car lengths versus the engineer may only be able to see for 3, and vice versa. So we're coming in, especially in the yard tracks or anywhere else where we're told to go in looking out. That extra distance, that extra set of eyes can make all the difference in the world. Good example of this. We're coming out of a yard, we're following another train out. We have one of these sharp curves. Our dispatcher already told us the train ahead will be clearing up in just a moment. Now, that tells us that the next absolute signal, he'll be clearing up in just a few minutes. He should already be moving. They should already be out of the way in 30 seconds to a minute or two at most. So the intermediate signal, as we approach it, it's red, intermediate, restricted proceed. We can still proceed past it, but we must go at restricted speed. Means we go in looking out. In this case, we see that restricted signal, we go past it, and as we come into the curve, the rear end of that train is 5 car lengths from that signal. Because the curve was on my side, I was actually able to spot it early on. I was able to see the red EOT light. and told my engineer about it. Had I not been there, there was no way that that train would have been stopped in time to prevent a collision. And that's just facts. Having an extra set of eyes on these trains does not hurt a thing. In many cases, it's going to be absolutely necessary. A lot of these tracks that we operate on, while you go through long stretches, there might not be any road crossings. Usually in that time, if the engineer has to, they will step down the head end, they will use the restroom if need be. During that time, as the conductor, I will sit up there and I'll watch track conditions. I also have a horn on my side, a little button I can push at any time to activate the horn, which will also activate the bell. I also have the ability to throw that train into emergency on my side if I need to. So even though the engineer may step down for a minute or two, that train is still under my control. I can still alert people, alert the public that we're coming through. I can bring the train to a stop if I have to. Hitting the horn also resets the alerter. For those that don't know, the alerter is a little button that actually the engineer has to hit every minute. If there goes a full minute where nothing has been touched, no buttons have been pushed, nothing has been interacted with, it'll start beeping. If they don't hit within 10 seconds, it'll throw the train into emergency. If we're not up there, an engineer goes down to use the restroom and do whatever it is they need to do. And nobody's there to reset the alert or the train will go into emergency. So the only logical thing to do for a lot of these engineers would be to bring the train to a stop, then do what they need to do and get the train rolling again. Depending on the territory, it's not really a viable option. It'll also greatly slow down our freight rail system, which is already pretty fragile now as it is, if not completely broken. Putting the conductors in a truck sounds great in theory, but in my territory, for example, there are many areas you will not also be able to access via truck, even if it's a high rail. They mentioned by putting them in a truck, you'd be able to cut down on the walking. Well, if that truck has to access a train that's going up a mountain of which there are no roads to get to it, you're either gonna have to drive up towards the head end up the rails or to the rear end of the rails, in which case you're gonna have to walk that entire train distance anyway. So now you spend an extra hour at the absolute minimum to drive out to that train, to then drive all the way up to it on the rails, to then diagnose the problem, to then fix the problem. If you just break a knuckle, I've fixed 3 broken knuckles before in line of road. Most cases, it takes 30, 45 minutes. It is not that hard. Does not take that long. The way we do it's quite simple. Break a knuckle. Most of the engineers, guys I work with are brilliant. They know by the airflow a rough idea where the break would be. You kind of know what you're getting into. You walk back, you cut your air off. The engineer will roll a new knuckle off on the ground, usually with a red flag or a fusee, to indicate so you can see from a long way off where that knuckle is. Get up on the rear car, right ahead, grab the knuckle, throw it on the car, shove back, replace the knuckle, couple up and leave. That's it. Takes 30 minutes, 45 at most in most cases. If you have to send somebody out via a truck, ran into this once before, they sent a carman out to try to repair a knuckle. It was our 17th car from the rear. Knuckle breaks. We were on a double up coal train. We were over 10,000 feet. So they decided to send a carman out. Well, unfortunately, the nearest carman was over an hour and a half away. By the time the carman got there, I was already done. I already completed the job. I was just climbing up on the engine. We were just job briefing with our dispatcher, letting them know we were ready to roll again when the carman pulled up asking where the knuckle was. This idea of putting the people in trucks is not, in my view, going to save any more time. It's just another way for these railroads to cut employees. I know they said earlier they won't, they're going to try to save jobs, but I just don't see it. If you have, say, 60 conductors in your subdivision, and you get all of them off the trains and in trucks, and you have one truck watching, say, 50 miles of track. In my particular area, that's essentially we run just over 150 miles in our subdivision. So you'd essentially have 3 trucks on duty at any given time out of 60 conductors. They're going to furlough. There's no way around it. They're not going to keep that many people on staff. If they don't furlough, then they're going to come at them with minor rule violations, charges, and they're going to fire them. They'll bring them back, fire them again. bring them back, fire them again, back and forth until they get tired of it and the employee just quits. So if they don't furlough, they'll drive them out, which will lead into an already bigger problem that they're currently facing. Right now, most of our engineers are 10 years or less from retirement on our subdivision, majority of them. There's only a handful that aren't. They currently cannot send a class of conductors to engineer school because they do not have enough conductors right now to pool to send to engineer school. You institute this new instituted policy or let them go to one-man crews. Excuse me. You let them go to one-man crews. They will furlough, they will chase off all the younger employees because as a furlough operates, they have to furlough from the bottom up, bottom of the seniority roster and work their way up to the top, which is the way it should be. Nobody that's been out there for 20 years have to be worried about getting furloughed, plain and simple. But if they start furloughing all the younger employees, you're once again, in a couple of years, will have no engineers available as they all retire and nobody left to run the trains. This is an issue that's already been brought up by the STB board just a few months ago. They have no engineer, they haven't sent an engineer class off to engineer school since 2015, at least for my company. They just recently finally sent one off, and of that, they sent one person. That's all they could send. Again, we have about 12 or so that are set to retire in less than 5 years. We're severely short.
You could just wrap it up in another minute or so. That would be great.
All right, we'll do. I'll just point out real quick in some of these territory issues. My particular territory, we actually operate in a tunnel that's a mile long. It's a solid mile-long tunnel. Per our instructions, if we have any kind of issues in that tunnel, the train goes dead, it doesn't have enough power to pull it because you're going through a hill, through a mountain. Our instructions are to the conductors to get down immediately, to cut the engines off, brake free, don't set brakes or nothing, let the train blow out and you take off. You can secure the cars after the fact. You have to get out of that tunnel because there is no ventilation. If you're in that tunnel for more than a minute, it's going to start filling up with carbon monoxide and you're not going to be around for much longer. If there is no conductor on that train and that happens, there's nothing that the engineer can do at all. You'll need the engineer to give you the pin slack in order to break free. If he's not up there or you're not back there to actually break the train free, that tunnel will be filled with carbon monoxide way too quickly. He will not be able to get out, even if he got off on foot and tried to run out. The tunnel's a mile long. We have an issue with that at least once every other month. We have a train go dead, we have to pull them out or push them out. Or break free, go in and get the cars, pull them out. There's any number of scenarios that happen with that. Anyway, I will leave it at that. I appreciate y'all listening to me and thank y'all.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Questions? No? All right. We'll move to the next requester, Jay Martin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Martin, JESSICA-MARTIN. I'm a conductor for Union Pacific in Texas. I've been with them for 10 years. I'll be pretty quick. I think it's very interesting that they try to make this out to be that they want to make this better for our quality of life. And customer service, most importantly, in my time out here on our locals specifically, we used to always have two conductors working on our locals, and those are the jobs that go and service the customer industries. And in the past 10 years, all of those jobs have been cut down to one conductor. And so how are you going to say that you're trying to take the conductor off the train to improve customer service when those are the jobs that service our customers? And I just think that's very peculiar. And there were remarks made about train defect detectors, and those do not always work. I know in my case, I've had an experience just last summer where I was on a key train and we made it 100 miles dragging 3 handbrakes on the rear end of our train before a detector even caught us. We went over 6 different defect detectors dragging 3 handbrakes, and this was in the middle of summer before a detector even caught it. And so yeah, there's things out there that are supposed to be fail safes, but they don't always work. And PTC, my last train did not have PTC, and that was a long trip. So yeah, there are things. They say PTC makes the conductor irrelevant, but PTC is not always there. And just like the last conductor said, it's a failsafe, but it's not. It does not tell you when there's a train sitting in the block ahead of you, And a few trips ago, my engineer, he was so sick the whole trip home. He was hanging his head out the window, vomiting, or he was down in the nose of the engine. I mean, he was sick. And really, the only reason that we kept going is because it was faster for us to get home on the train than it would have been for us to stop and them come get us off the train. So for them to say that it would be quicker for a conductor to be in the car and come alleviate some kind of issue is preposterous to me. And I just think that a lot of these issues, they're fantasy issues. They sound great in a perfect world, but they're not. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? We appreciate you joining today. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll go to the third individual on the list, Natalie Miller. I believe it's Miller from BLET. Also on the Zoom, if you're able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Yes, you can start my video. Thank you very much. Hi, thank you very much for allowing us to speak today. And I'm coming to you from Alliance, well, actually Lakeside, Nebraska, in the middle of a blizzard. So I appreciate the ability to attend via Zoom. Again, my name is Natalie Miller, Natalie Miller. And for the record, I am the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen National Auxiliary Second Vice President and Legislative Representative. And I'm also our local BLET Auxiliary 622 President. I am the wife of a 3rd generation BNSF railroad engineer and daughter of 2 retired BNSF railroad engineers. I have several uncles, nephews, extended family, and countless friends who are working in the train industry as either engineers or conductors on the railroad. I would like to first start by saying, again, my husband is a 26-year employee of BNSF, first in maintenance of way, and then a conductor, and now 20 years as a locomotive engineer. My concern for my husband being out on a train by himself first stems from the fact that he has suffered a mild heart attack 5 years ago. He has had a stent placement and is fit for duty, of course, and has been working quite well for the last 5 years since then. He does go routine cardiac examinations every year to make sure that everything is still working and fine. But I don't want him out on a train by himself. He drives a train that is anywhere from 150 to 300 cars long. 7,000 to 16,000 feet long, over 19,000 tons of coal or freight, moving at 40-70-mile stretch of track from Alliance, Nebraska to Grand Island, Nebraska. He passes through several towns and countless crossings along the way. Anything could go wrong in any one of those situations if he was there by himself, whether it be a tractor crossing a remote track crossing that's an hour or more away from the nearest first responders, or God forbid, a stroke or another heart attack while he's out there on the train by himself. You had a gentleman speaking earlier there at the hearing in person who spoke about 12 hours on the road and being 12 hours plus in a hotel room and 12 hours on the road home. With only 12 to 36 hours at home before he's on call and back on the road again. And that is a normal schedule for any railroad engineer or conductor. I know it's been beaten to death over the last 5 months with the contract negotiations and everything else, but they really truly are on call 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's not a lie. That is the real fact. And there is fatigue involved, and there is isolation and depression involved, and just the countless different things that can happen over that being alone for that many hours at a day in a daytime. And yes, you have a radio handy, and yes, you can radio for assistance or whatever, but are you really going to be able to radio your supervisor and say, I'm really kind of feeling a little bit anxious right now because I'm here by myself and I've been by myself for the last 12 plus hours in a hotel and 12 plus hours on a train. I worry about that on the mental health of our workers, and I also worry about the physical health due to the increased stress that they would have trying to man that train by themselves for that long time, that many miles across that many different crossings through that many towns. I worry about their general quality of life. I worry about the stress that would have on their social life, their married life, their family lives. It's already a known fact that trainmen, their family lives are already put on a very hard strain. We have been lucky enough to survive his 26-year career, but that's not the case for many of our friends. We have many friends who have succumbed to divorce because of the stress this job has put on their family. That's not even addressing the hidden health issues that could come from the railroaders not having the ability to take a paid sick day or to go see a doctor, which is a whole nother fight for a whole other hearing. And I know that this is not something that we're here to discuss today, but that will add to the situation if they go to a one-person crew, because then they seriously will not be able to take the day off to go see a doctor, and any underlying health risks and health concerns that they have will only exacerbate, possibly getting worse, and possibly undiagnosed situations that could really increase the mortality rates of our trainmen. This is just the tip of the iceberg in my concern for having only one person on a train. The companies tout that a lack of labor force is one of their reasons behind trying to go to this. However, they are already trying to offer such massive bonuses and hiring incentives, and they can't even get their hiring classes to get full of trainees now. So how are they going to get people to hire on when they've added to the stressors of, oh, by the way, you're going to be the only person on this train, manning this train. And it's just the rationale behind it is baffling to me. I'm going to tout another reference, my mom, being retired, she lived through the 91.
If you could just wrap up in about a minute.
Oh,
or two, that'd be great.
okay, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
She was in the 91 contract negotiations when they eventually lost the third man on the crew, and it became two-man crew. And the rush of people that went from brakeman to conductor was really, really crazy, because they forced all of these people through a training program that was very rapid. They didn't get the quality training, so you're going to have engineers that aren't as quality trained as the ones you have going through the training program now. In closing, I just want to say that this is not just a job issue or a financial issue. This is a safety issue. This is a safety about the crews on the cab, the crews of the people working along the tracks, the communities that our trains roll through, the people and the vehicles the people in the vehicles of the crossings we cross, and yes, even the safety of the cargo and the freight and the people that our trains transport every day. It's really, really important that this legislation gets passed, that this rule gets passed. We need 2 people on the crew for the safety of our communities and everybody involved. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any questions? All right, thank you. We will move to the last individual who requested time, Mr. Daniel Brewer from SMART on the Zoom call. If you could unmute and about 10 minutes, that would be great.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my video's been blocked. Guess you don't need to see my face, but okay, thanks for that. Glad to be here. Thanks to the FRA so much for bringing up such an important issue and fighting so hard to protect the safety of my fellow employees. And I just want to introduce myself. My name is Daniel T. Brewer. I'm a locomotive engineer for almost 20 years at Union Pacific Railroad along the Wasatch Front, Utah. We operate on heavy grade in PTC, CTC, and in dark territory, ABS, track warrant territory. We have everything. We have cab signals. And I just really wanted to bring to your guys' attention, ladies and gentlemen, that one of the things that we're not considering when we're talking about pulling a conductor out of the cab is that we're not just pulling him out of the cab, we're taking him off the crew for the entire trip, resulting in onboard or roving conductors being replaced, or not necessarily replaced, but you wouldn't necessarily have the same conductor for the whole trip. You would start your trip with maybe a yard person, and then go out on the road for over a certain amount of time and be with have one conductor on that, then move to another, and then potentially move to another. And this is, in my opinion, just in itself incredibly dangerous. By taking a conductor not only out of the cab but off the crew, you're basically taking away half the decision-making process that a crew makes in the trip. You know, the safety begins before you even board the train. At the beginning of our shift, we're getting all of our paperwork together. We're going over all of our train orders, looking at slow orders that we're going to encounter. We're looking at our train makeup. We're looking at if we have any hazmat. We're trying to decide some things as simple as the speed of the train, and that's not always easy to figure out. You know, there's a lot of rules that are temporary, such as cold weather restrictions or things like that. And half the time, one person can miss something, and you could say that person, you could have a person designated in the yard office that would go over that with the engineer, but then that person wouldn't necessarily be able to be that check as soon as the engineer climbs on the locomotive itself. You know, once we get out on the train, we're gonna perform a bunch of tests as engineers. And on the engineer's side, we're going to be checking the brake systems. We're going to be checking the air slip to make sure that we've got a class 1 air test. We're going to be checking the daily inspection forms And we're going to be doing, checking things like to make sure that the headlights are working before we depart. The conductor is the overseer in that operation. To that effect, the conductor is actually an FRA inspector, first line inspector at that point. Now, again, there's no guarantee that that person couldn't be an individual whose job is just to do that, but it doesn't make any sense to have a second person who to take over that role after you've had a first person just do it in the crew room. It's just more cohesive to have that second person there for the entire trip. So once the train gets moving, you get your first signal. That first signal, you're at restricted speed, assuming that you put in the PTC prompts correctly. Again, that's not always a given, and that your train makeup is correct in the computer, and that's not always a given. It's important to understand that the distance between your first signal and where the head-end location of the train is always at restricted speed. And so to that first signal, it might be 2 miles to that first signal. And at that point, you're basically operating without PTC. So there isn't a PTC territory out there, as the railroads say, that runs PTC on the entire route. It's important to understand that even on a train that doesn't have any work events, that doesn't have any stops, that the conductor's role is still there just to move the train safely from point A to point B. And there's always this talk about a car on a crossing or a malfunctioning gate or a broken air hose or something like that. But it's important to understand that even if there are no problems, the conductor has a role in the cab of the locomotive. And that is other than what the PTC actually provides for. I talked about cold weather restrictions. Cold weather restrictions slow the train speed, FRA managed train speed because of weight. That cold weather restriction is not something that's always put into the PTC. That's something that would cause an engineer to have to run at a speed lower than the PTC would require them to do so. So you could have an FRA violation unwittingly happen simply because someone made a human error and there's no immediate oversight. The point is that conditions absolutely change. It's very, very rarely do our trains travel from crew change to crew change without stopping. There's always going to be a meet or a pass. There's going to be a switch that's lined improperly or something like that. If there was a roving conductor or a person that's not in the cab of the locomotive, they would have to travel for the simplest of work possibilities, a misaligned switch or an air hose that is broken one car back. That would be, you basically have a situation that could be fixed within 10 minutes, but now it's the same amount of delay and blocking crossings, whatever, that would be if that was the 200th car. So I just wanted to also talk about when the train is approaching the crew change. There's a lot of communication in the cab as they're approaching the next, or I guess what could be the final terminal, where the conductor has a lot of responsibilities and the engineer has a lot of responsibilities, and there's a real good division of labor that would be lost if that was to give to one person. And if there was a designated person that was supposed to handle all of that kind of stuff via radio, like a roving conductor would basically act something like someone on an airport holding signs that, that's just a lot of radio traffic. Oftentimes there's, you're talking on the same radio station that the dispatcher is trying to give a mandatory directive to another train that's 30 miles behind you, and radio traffic would be absolutely increased to the point of infinite distraction just to perform our regular days. And that's not even talking about what would happen if there was an emergency, if there was a derailment or something like that. The logistics just involved now with 2 people on the train is extremely, time sensitive. And in a perfect world, adding another variable to that is just only going to endanger myself as the engineer and any crew members or community and other trains meeting and passing if there's double track. It's just not a good idea, and I would hope that I'm almost done. 10 more seconds.
Perfect.
Just wanted to say that I would hope that the FRA takes that into consideration in creating and bringing this rule to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Is there any questions? All right, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you. So at this point in time, I think we have heard from all those who had signed up. I wanted to just do a few closing remarks and then wish you a safe travels to your next destination. But I think today was incredibly insightful. We absolutely, we absolutely appreciate all the effort and focus of all of the presentations, all of the concerns and/or support to the NPRM and the specifics that you provided us, that kind of feedback, the examples, the individuals who presented about your day-to-day jobs and the impact of this rule. Those examples are incredibly beneficial to this entire process. And with that, I really want to thank you for your time today, for the details that you provided. It was very insightful. I want to remind everybody here and on Zoom that the comment period will end December 21st. I know there were a lot of references to providing input. So we look forward to receiving additional feedback, and certainly, if I can ask anything, many of the examples and the detail that you provided today, providing that in comments is always beneficial to this process. So with that, unless my panel members have anything to say, been quiet today. Please don't take our lack of questions as anything, but that you all have been incredibly detailed in your comments, and that we didn't need any further clarification because you were very clear. So again, I appreciate that. And I guess as a final closing, I thank Kenton and the Housing Center for their professional presentation today. The system worked really well, and all of our worries were not needed. So my thanks to my team. And most importantly, I thank you for your time, your passion about railroad safety, and all of the details that you provided in terms of the feedback for this proposed rulemaking. So with that, I wish you safe travels and a happy holiday season. And with that, I believe we are closed. And thanks to all on the Zoom call. We only had a few little breakthrough conversations, so I feel like you all were very focused and listened to us for the last 6 hours. So with that, I thank you, and we adjourn this hearing.
Charge complete.